right? Let's see. And you'll hear this over and over again. Please keep your microphone muted unless you're speaking. So that's probably most of the time. One of the key elements to the code of conduct is to just be excellent to one another, right? That's what we want to do, is be nice. I think we all understand what that means. We said it before, we'll say it again, ask questions in the Hangout, put lots of plus signs in front of your question if you're willing to ask your question out loud. And let's see, the last bullet here, oh yeah, if things go wrong, yeah, they might, and we're really sorry. We've been practicing a lot, and it's been going smoothly. So this is I guess the definition of live demo. So we'll see how it goes. Linda, next slide. So there's some announcements of some events, and I think we're sharing some of the details here. What's next?
Actually, here was supposed to do the opening remarks. Jason, unfortunately, is not here.
That's right. Well, so let me talk a little bit about that. The GDG organization has been around for a long time now. I don't know the date it was founded, but Jason is the founding member.
2016.
2016, great. And since then, many events have been organized and many people have participated and volunteered around the idea of getting together and learning. Google has provided a platform and for us to use to share all sorts of technologies, and it's really been a great thing. Some of the larger events that we have are the GDG Capital District Dev Fest. That I think 4 years of that has happened. There's of course this event. We're in our 3rd year of the International Women's Day celebration. 3 years, wow. Jason kicked this off 3 years ago. Linda absolutely took care of this last year and this year again. So this has been really terrific. We have many events planned, but I will come back and tell you more about our Flutter meetups and some of the other workshops that we've had and we will have with Firebase, etc. We have some slides on that. So what's next? Okay, this is great. We have an attendance list, and if someone could put that link in the chat, we would love if everyone just went in and just typed your name in there to just represent that you were here, and we'd like to know, and not email, just the name that you have in your Google identity there. So we'd like to keep track. There's going to be a lot of people coming and going. Yeah, stop in there and drop in your name. What's next, Linda? So I'm going to introduce all of the organizers in our local GDG Capital Region Google Developer Group. So as we were just speaking of, Jason is our founding lead of the group. Gosh, I've known Jason for a little while now. He's currently architect at Red Hat, and we've actually had the opportunity to work together through some other projects. He knows a lot of people and has really been gracious in connecting not only just the local community, but a much broader community in North America. What's next, Linda? Who's next? I think it's you, isn't it?
Yeah.
There she is. Yep. Great. Yeah.
So I'm a Google Developer Group lead for Capital Region. I'm Women Tech Makers Ambassador. I am Remarkable Ambassador, Women Tech Network Ambassador. I'm a remote freelancer as a full stack software engineer and graphic designer and translator in different languages and a journalist. And I'm Romanian, Italian, American citizen. I got it all.
All right. Fausto is not here at the moment. He may join us. He has also been involved in organizing many of the events that we've had and participated in our workshops. Maybe we'll see him soon. Who's next then? I think we have Blaine coming up. And he has, I think you'll see him, who did a lot of the technical work, getting us all connected with the Meetup account and just some other boring stuff with the domain and a lot of the things that make the GDG capital region visible on the internet and through social streams. Blaine had a lot to do with that. Who's next?
You.
I think this is me next. Yes, it's me. All right. I'm Chad Portwine, and I come from Chicago, was a musician and became a software developer. Have lived in New York now for more than 10 years and work at Janelle Group, a software development shop in Schenectady, New York. Janelle Group is hosting this event. You probably know because you had to knock on the door or at least use one of the links to get into this meet. So it's been great to use Janelle Group's resources to host some of these events. Next, we have benefited so much with working with these partners. Agora Media, we thought we had a good idea of how this live stream could go, and they really showed us how it needed to go. And thankfully, gosh, they have been there for our practices and our rehearsals, worked with the speakers. So really, anything that's good that happens with this, they are responsible for, and I'm responsible for anything that doesn't go well because they've been so wonderful. Let's see. So we'd also like to talk about our sponsors.
So our sponsors are Google. Google Developer Group, Women Tech Makers, I Am Remarkable, Janelle Group, Troy Web Consulting, New York Tech Club, Mill Artisan District Events, Agora Media, Develop Her, and Practicum by Yandex. Without them, and we would like to thank them, without them, all of the prizes that we have we will not be able to have them. So a big thank you to all of our sponsors and of course to our attendees and our GDG team and speakers, of course, our speakers.
So those sponsors, Linda's going to tell us about some of the things that were made available to us. Also, some of our sponsors were, when this was going to be an event that you would attend, we had like the Artisan Mill District who was going to provide really neat stuff for the space, and then Troy Webb, who has definitely been really instrumental in making a place for this event to happen. Also, from these sponsors, we had the ability to give away prizes, and that's what you're seeing on the screen with the raffle drawing. We'll tell you a little bit about that now. We have a sheet that were just like the attendance sheet. So if you did the attendance sheet, you're practiced. You'll know what to do with this raffle sheet. We're going to give you a link. It's actually, and you'll put your name in. We're going to spin the wheel, and some people will win.
So we will have, for today, we will have some Google Minis, so Nest Hub, some scholarships, and other important prizes for you. So stay tuned. We have more than one raffle today.
Yes, right, because there's three raffles. 3 times we're spinning the wheel. Okay, what is next? What do we have on the slides here?
We will share the link to the first raffle to make sure that people it's ready.
Yep. And here's the, yep. So this is a great slide because we're pretty close to starting with our first speaker. That is going to be at 2:17. So we're really close to getting going. When you look at the slide, what you're seeing is the whole day, right? You're seeing all of the speakers, you're seeing the sponsors. Remember the hashtag Together We Rise. Linda, remind us what that's about. We have like a minute or two to
This is
talk
the
about that
focus
hashtag.
of the event. So it's a team that Google and Women Tech Makers choose for this year for International Women's Day. Usually International Women's Day, how you says, it's marked in calendar March 8th, is more popular in Europe than here. Actually, when I came here, nobody knew about the Women's Day. I was surprised, but I'm really happy to see that Google celebrates it, and we are here to celebrate it with all of you. Not only women in tech, but women in general. And we need the support of all the men and women in general to make women rise. Only together we can achieve our scope. So, and these are our speakers, our sponsors, our agenda. We will have lightning talks with the speeches of women in men in tech, inspiring stories. And of course, we will have the 3 raffles that Chad says. So please stay tuned. During the event, we will have small break where we will do our raffles, and you will have to put your name in the spreadsheet, as Chad says.
That's right. Yep. In 5 minutes, we're going to get started with Diane Rodriguez's talk. That's going to be at 2:17, so that we're creeping up on that. Fostering DevOps culture. Right. That's what we're going to start off with. I know she's with us. Diana, I know you're in there lurking around. Do you want to say hi real quick? We got a couple minutes before you actually jump on for real.
Let's check that.
I know.
Yep.
I'm here. Hello. I'm excited to be here. This is such a great opportunity to share some interesting things and spread the positivity and love for DevOps culture and for the community.
That's great. Yep. So as we're getting ready for that, there's a couple other things that we will talk about. The standard stuff. You're going to hear this so much. We're recording this event, so just remember that. Keep your mics muted throughout the whole thing. You know, this used to be cell phones, right? It used to be someone would have to tell you, please mute your cell phone so during the talk it doesn't disturb people. It's funny. Now it's now we're muting something else now. You got to find that red button. Again, we have an attendance sheet, and this is a great reason to go look at the chat because there's a link in there. If you're coming in just now, go look at the chat, look for the attendance link, and in there, put your name in. We just want to know who has come and participated in today's event. The event is many speakers, nine speakers. Diana's coming in moments here, and each speaker is going to speak for 10 minutes, and then there's going to be 5 minutes of Q&A. How do we do that? Well, put your questions in the chat. A lot of action in the chat. Watch that. That's gonna be a busy place probably. I can see things are happening in there now. So put your questions in the chat. If there's time and if it works out, put some plus signs in front of your question. And that means that you'd be interested in opening the mic, turning on your camera, and addressing the speaker with your question directly.
I think it's 15 minutes the talk and 5 minutes the questions for who asked in the chat.
Yep, we got it. Oh my gosh, our schedule is so tight. Diane, we have starting in 2 minutes at 2:17. Fostering DevOps culture. It will be starting. Let's see. There is checking that list here. We have Tanya coming up after Diana, and her talk is rising to the challenge of quality software. So that is happening not too long from now at 2:39. Pretty soon we'll be introducing Diana. I'm checking the chat. I just want to see who's saying what in there. All right. So Marianne, did you get what you needed? It looks like for some new arrivals. Oh, okay. It sounds like we need to keep posting that because you get a fresh chat window when you arrive. So I guess that's something we'll keep up on. Thanks for letting us know that that's happening. Well, gosh, I think it's time. I think we are ready to introduce the first speaker for the day. Again, this is the 3rd annual International Women's Day celebration. The Google Developers Group in the Capital District is helped organize this, and Agora Media is actively right now helping us put this together. So let's go ahead, Linda, and can you tell us about our first speaker?
Yeah, so our first speaker, as you already know, it's Diana Rodriguez. She's a full stack developer, DevOps, Google developer, expert in web technologies, Google Cloud Platform, Google Maps Platform, and Firebase. She's a Women Tech Makers Ambassador, a GDG Triangle co-organizer, Out.O ambassador, and Vue Vixense Worldwide community organizer. Currently the Python developer advocate at Nexmo. So let's, I will hand it over to Diana, and she will tell you more about the presentation today.
Thank you. Can you all see my screen? Or is, yes? Okay.
Looks good here.
Excellent.
Yep.
Well, the title of my talk today is definitely Fostering DevOps Culture for Success. I'd like to start with introducing myself first. My name is Diana Rodriguez. I'm a Google developer expert and all those things. You can also check me on Twitter at Katufa82. I love talking to people. I'm a person who learns things every day, so let's not care about those titles or those badges. I am a developer, and I've been in this industry for 20 years, and definitely I'm not this woman. If you don't recognize her, this is the Oracle, a cool reference from The Matrix. So anyway, DevOps culture, what is this? I like the Vue.js documentation. I will read this paragraph with you and for you. And everything sounds great with a British accent, right? So I'm going to stop in a few key aspects of this paragraph. The adoption of DevOps culture, tools, and agile engineering practices has, among other things, the nice effect of increasing the collaboration between the roles of development and operations. So first key takeaway, increase collaboration between development and operations. One of the main problems of the past, but also today in some realities, is that the dev team tended to be uninterested in the operation and maintenance of a system once it was handed over to the ops team, while the latter tended to be not really aware of the system's business goals and therefore reluctant in satisfying the operational needs of the system, also referred to as whims of developers. So there's always been this little bit of a fight between developer and operations, developer and security, developers and QA, and you know what? That's something we want to stop with. To illustrate the point better, my first job is a good way to describe, from a personal experience, what would the DevOps culture be. When I was 18 years old, my first job was in a reception of a hotel, and I had a relative who was in a key position of ownership. And I was entitled, you know, I had the feeling that I was going to be a manager right away. And he said, oh, so you want to be a manager and you don't want to be at front desk? Let's give you the manager training. And the manager training took 3 months. I was with the handyman. I was with security. I was with the cooks, washing dishes in the kitchen, delivering food, being a waitress at the restaurant, being in the laundry with housekeeping, making beds and cleaning rooms with the housekeeping personnel. And ultimately, I ended up at the front desk, and I only had 2 days to learn the system. And I was pretty bummed. I thought, well, this is not cool. This is cruel. And you know what? When I had my first check-in on my own, after 2 days of learning the system and being in the front desk, I had to solve a number of issues. Like, we had a rugby team with 24 people checking in. They were all angry and they had a massive jet lag and they just wanted to go in their rooms. And I didn't have enough rooms ready. But you know what? Having been with the housekeeping personnel allowed me to know who I could assign a different room, because I knew that side of the operation and I knew how long it takes to make a room and I knew what things were served at the restaurant at that time. So I signed a bunch of welcome drinks and sent them to the pool and recommended a specific cocktail and specific something to eat, you know, or just, you know, to munch, while I got the people I knew who could work the fastest making the rooms and solving those problems. I'm not saying with this that you have to be heavily involved in every sector of the ecosystem to be able to solve problems and to be able to collaborate, but knowing a little bit of what goes on in every different area you're involved with helps you build a stronger relationship with your team, appreciate your work, work in synchrony with the other sectors of the ecosystem in your work, for example, and make this a process where everybody is involved. You don't have to change your specialty to become someone who fosters collaboration. You just have to collaborate and communicate. And that was the key for me to become a good leader. In this case, at the front desk. I eventually evolved to a management position, but it was a really good way to start and a really good way to understand that, knowing, oh, that's my diabetes sensor telling me that I am high. I apologize. I have type 1 diabetes. Anyway, so knowing what happens with the other sectors can only benefit. But let's go back to the reality of nowadays. The industry fosters a culture of firefighters, rock stars, ninjas, and superheroes. This is so sad. We are praising those who come to put out the fires we are shipping in our code. The industry is praising those who are not involved with team building or team activities or even communicating to come and swat the bugs we are basically building ourselves because of a lack of communication, unknowingly sometimes. We are praising the superheroes that come to save the day when we could have avoided a series of practices and mistakes that lead us to these horrible bugs, errors, fires, catastrophes. And on top of that, we are fostering that burnout and aggressive culture in detriment of our own health, which is pretty awful. But what if we could go for a peaceful environment? An environment where we can think of words like predictive maintenance, preventive maintenance. How do we do this? We are all in the same ship. Oh, ship. We don't have to be the same to be one. The first key to this is communication and accountability, not to police anyone. Like my dad used to say, whatever performance that is not informed and not measured doesn't exist. We all have to own what we're doing. We have to take responsibility for the things we build. We have to inform and we have to measure our progress and our success. And there we have different technologies. We have agile methodologies, we have Scrum, we have Waterfall, you name it. It exists and it's there to help you. It's not something we should become it's not like it's not going to become our sector, our cult. We can combine different strategies and tools to find a common ground that will lead us to achieve the goals we're aiming for. From the technical perspective, the DevOps culture is all about the feedback. It's faster time to feedback. With the information we obtain from all these different sectors of our ecosystem or of our pipeline, we can design and automate these pipelines to improve the quality of our deliveries. With that feedback, we can design our code to gain insight around performance and usage. With that feedback, we can design our services to identify how can we drive the most value for customers and business, because they're a part of our day-to-day. Yeah, we're developers. In this case, I'm a developer advocate, but the feedback I get and my actions not only affect the sector I'm working on, it's a big chain that never ends. It doesn't start and end with me. It starts with everybody and ends with everybody. How we collect this data is key. So we can grab all this information, perform analytics against that data, and tune it over time to achieve improvements in usage. And this is not only about the technical perspective, it's also about the way we handle our teams, the way we handle our tasks, the way we deliver software, the way we conduct our practices in our day-to-day. We can think of predictive maintenance based on these characteristics, based on the things we inform as a team, we inform as a person, and then use that to tune the way we move towards progress, towards achievements. We can improve performance, say infrastructure or our apps, to improve the quality of the service because we have the information. What's going well, what's going wrong, plain. We can also modify and modify our performance based on customers' unique needs and actions. So we can also capture information from the outside that will help us improve our performance as developers and our focus as part of this big ecosystem. So feedback equals faster and better enhancements, faster and better updates, faster and better repairs, in case we're talking about the IoT industry as well, because why not? We're including everyone. I'm going to skip through this process because I want to show you some shockers, and this will be the message I want to leave you with based on what has been said. This was a survey conducted by Alt0, and it's applied to the IoT industry in this particular case, but I think this embodies the whole developer ecosystem and what have we been doing, how have we been conducting our actions in the last, I would say, 10 years. So the first question was, do you believe that most IoT devices on the market right now have the necessary security in place? 90% of developers working in the IoT industry said no. Can you believe this? Do you trust having your personal data tied to these devices? Okay, so the situation here is kind of even. No, but I still use IoT, 49% versus 51% of bless their cotton socks who still believe it's, happening. It's good. To make it, to summarize all these horrifying responses, 52% of respondents believe that most IoT devices on the market right now do not have necessary security in place. Let's translate that to applications as well. 49% of respondents don't trust having their personal data tied to these devices, but still use them. Imagine this in the application world, because we had, I think we had a huge security breach with Experian a little while ago. Imagine your social security number, your credit information. I mean, we are responsible for the tools, the technology, and the software we're putting out there in the market and we're using on a day-to-day, being in this industry. How are we letting these things happen, right? I'm going to skip through, but yeah, nearly 35% people of the people surveyed claim that breaches of major companies have not had much of an effect on the trust or consumer interest in these brands. And I have a hard time believing that. The one that hit me the most, and I think we've all been there, 85% of developers surveyed have felt rushed to get an application to market due to demand or pressure in the last 6 months. We are shipping the fires we have to put out. And then 90% of developers surveyed do not believe that IoT devices on the market currently have the necessary security in place. And these are the developers who are putting them out. These are the people who are shipping the products, the applications, the services we consume. And yet, there's no trust. There is definitely a problem if we felt that we have to put things out to production ourselves, and we know they're not production worthy. Now, whims of whom? We are satisfying the whims of whom? Let's remember that right now the industry fosters a culture of firefighters, rock stars, ninjas, and superheroes. It's time for a change. And you are part of that change. And I know most of the time we feel like we have no idea what we're doing. Yes, I felt like that too. I've been in this industry for 20 years. And some days things don't flow. But you know what? I'm doing my best. I'm being part of the solution. Communication and collaboration are the key to end with these practices. And the change starts right here with me, with my practices, with the way I interact with my team. One person has a bigger effect than all the publicity. You know, I could be talking about this forever, you know. Another important thing is, let's not glorify the burnout culture. Such things as junior debt for life, no, that's not true. We're all developers. We all have different skills and things to put to the table. We all have the power to make a difference, regardless of how long we've been in this industry. We are part of a big puzzle. And like a puzzle, every piece is different, and there's no two pieces of a puzzle that are equal, which is why we need all different levels of experience. We need your motivation. We need your ideas and what you have to bring to this amazing ecosystem. Remember, praise yourself. Remember to give yourself a pat on the back. And I know this might not be enough time to convey my message clearly, but I know that if we have this in mind, even this little bit of a seat, you know, and we try from our own offices, our freelancing practices, our consulting jobs, our teams, ourselves, we can make a difference. Let's talk collaboration. Let's start communicating. Thank you very much. This is my Twitter account, and this is the link to the slides. And if there's anything I can do for you, or if there's anything you'd like to talk about, you can always talk to me on Twitter. Thank you for this opportunity, and if there are any questions, I'm here.
Thank you.
So I have a question as we give people a chance to type some stuff. Let's see, the first question in the chat that I see here, talking about data security and privacy with the Internet of Things devices. What is your take on the Earn It bill? I'm not familiar with the Earn It bill. So are you, and if you know the Earn It bill, can you give a quick bit on what that means? And
it's a complicated subject. I think it would take me a bit too long to give you a good response about that. I would say at the moment we're on a chain of pressure from the C levels, the marketing officers, and analysts who have no idea how the development processes work. I think educating the other side of the ecosystem would actually help us promote better and safer practices. But if you want to talk about the Earn It bill on Twitter, I'll be here and I'm ready to talk about it because it's a long subject.
We had an interesting, this is unrelated, but speaking of bills and legislation that affects bandwidth specifically, do you remember, Diana, we were having one of our practices and she was on one network and was having some trouble with the video and was like, hold on a second. She switched networks and suddenly she had full bandwidth. And it was just one of those revealing situations where you could see what we call in the States maybe net neutrality and how that affects our networks. And I guess security, you know, and on some level, if it's right, if it's working it that hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, the Earn It bill is basically about that. Sorry for interrupting you, Chad. It's a bill to scan every message that has been shared online, which is why you want to go in deep with that message. But yeah, taking from a corporate network to a free network, the camera quality was absolutely different. And this was something that totally shocked me as well. I think we have the power to raise our voices and to talk about the things that are wrong. But if we don't speak up, no one else will do it. You know, no one, like, nothing is going to happen if we don't bring up those subjects, you know, to the table.
That's very true. Yep. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that talk. Remember, we are recording this. So after the fact, if you missed something or if you're coming in just now and want to review what Diana just said, come back to the meetup site and you'll see links where we'll post all the media related to this event. Next up, we have Tanya Sutphin. But before we jump into that talk, I just wanted to remind everyone, and everyone's been so great, right, to keep your microphones muted. But more importantly, check your chat, especially if you've just arrived, because in the chat, we will be posting links for the raffles, for the attendance sheet, and that's really what I'm hoping you will fill in right now if you haven't already. Check the chat for an attendance link. And be ready because not long from now, we'll be also starting our raffle. While the person is speaking, please feel free to be active in the chat rooms. And as you can see, we've had people posting questions. Speakers, like Linda was saying, are going for 15 minutes. And then there's a 5-minute Q&A opportunity. So if you'd like to address the speaker on mic, put plus signs in front of your question. And we hope to squeeze that in and make that happen. But now it's time to introduce our next person. Linda, what can you tell us?
So our next speaker is Tanya Sutphin. She is currently the Director of Quality Assurance at Ginell Group in Schenectady. She has a BA in Mathematics from Smith College and an MA in Mathematics from Boston College. So let's welcome Tanya on her next speech.
Thank you, Linda. So I'm sharing my screen now. Just 1 second. There we go. So can you see my slides? There we go. So today my goal is to give you an overview of QA and some common challenges that we have, some real world challenges that people maybe that aren't experienced in QA or right out of school or new in their career maybe just aren't aware of. So first, I'm just going to give a quick overview of what is QA, because some people might not be aware. I don't think they teach it in school. Maybe they do, but so far everybody I've asked out of school hasn't really learned about it in college. So QA is software testing, or at least that's the QA I'm going to talk about today. So software testing to try to find bugs and prevent them from going out to our users. So why do we do it? Because we want to have quality software. We want the company to be successful. We want to make money. We want our company to make money. That's why we want to find bugs, because we just don't want to have buggy software, right? We take pride in what we make, and we want to make sure that we're delivering quality to our end users. So when do we do it? This depends on the project team that you're on. And it used to be that we all had waterfall process, and we would always do all of our testing after development finished, some huge release, maybe months or years of working on something. Now we're really moving towards a more agile process, or at least that's very hot current last few years. And we try to test more, if that's our approach, test more in line with development. So developers work on changes and we're testing them quickly rather than waiting for a big delivery. And where do we do our testing? So this depends, of course, on your project, but ideally you have your own dedicated test environment. So this would mean that you have a QA environment or a UAT that maybe you use for your testing instead of testing where the developers are doing their work. Because if the developers have their own sandbox or they're playing around with their code, you can't really test that code because it's going to change and break as they figure out their new feature development. So that's just a quick terminology so that we're kind of on the same page as I go through this. So I want to talk about how everything's connected. So that sounds so cliche, but it's so true more and more in life. So in nature, everything's connected, right? We know there's predators, prey, there's the butterfly effect, how one thing can affect something so far later in time. So everything's connected. And that's also true in software development. So I say it in life, and then I come back to it more and more in work, where one decision that's made at one point affects something that you might not even think about, or how we do our work. So here's our look at how everything's connected for software development. So we have our software development lifecycle, requirements, design, implementation, testing, and so on. So of course they're all connected, because if you look at it in one direction, they all flow like this. Now, I used to, years ago, I had a position at Plug Power, and that's a company where I was a developer working on fuel cell software. And at the time, the CTO for the company, this was his mantra: everything's connected. He had it on company shirts that we had, and it seemed cliche, didn't really think about it. You know, it was his catchphrase, and he would say it at the opportune times. But I do come back and think about that more and more as time passes, that it's just so true. It doesn't really represent the meaning. It's so easy to say, but if you look at it in terms of software development, I have these arrows here, but it doesn't mean that requirements only impacts design. It doesn't mean that implementation only impacts testing. So a decision can be made during requirements, or an assumption could be made that a user's only going to use the system in a certain way. And that affects so many things. And that's just one example. How we do our implementation affects how we do our testing. Our communication structure within the team. So having fostering an open culture where people are willing and able to ask questions and raise some concerns, or maybe clarify things, that impacts how well we can do our software development. If you have that open culture, then you're going to foster maybe identifying issues, or saying, well, how am I going to test this? Or how is the user going to use that? Things that sometimes just get squashed down, or nobody asks, or people are afraid to ask if you don't have that culture. So everything's connected, and software QA is so impacted by every single phase in the life cycle. If you have unit tests, that's going to help with testing, because you'll find some problems before they get implemented. If you have DevOps, like Diana was talking about, and you have the ability to have these automated tools helping you identify issues at every stage, that's going to help you find problems sooner. So everything's connected in the world, in life, and in software development. It's just so true. All right, so here's some data on the cost of fixing bugs at different stages in software development. So many of you probably have seen this before, but I thought it was pertinent today for my talk. I'm really gauging this towards people who don't really know much about software testing. and looking at how much it costs if we do find an issue in testing. So here, if you find an issue during the design stage of a project, it'll cost you 1x to fix that problem. You haven't gone through development, you haven't pushed it downstream, so it's easy to fix. I mean, there's less impact and you don't have to go back. Maybe you have to change some requirements. If you find an issue during development, that costs 6x to fix it as compared to if you found it during design. And then if you wait and you don't find it till testing, that's 15x the cost for fixing that problem. So it really shows you how finding problems upstream really benefits the project. So we want to find ways to identify problems as early as possible, and not always depend on the testing team to find those issues, because it doesn't benefit you to have that extra cost fixing everything downstream. So some ways that we can do that is we can have really effective requirements grooming. So I think something that really factors into that is, like I mentioned before, fostering open communication. I've been on requirements grooming calls where people are afraid to speak up because maybe there's people on the team that are just going to, condescend or belittle them or shut them down and not even let them ask questions. You're not going to have effective requirements grooming in that case. But if you have really effective communication and people feel comfortable, that will help bring out some questions during requirements grooming. It's not perfect, and you won't necessarily always find it, but it does help. Similarly, code reviews. If you have effective code reviews, that'll help identify problems. Unit tests. There's lots of things. I only mentioned a few here. But really, we want to try to find problems as early as possible. QA is after development, so we can only do so much, but we can help if we're involved in those requirements calls and requirements meetings to help ask questions like, how will we test this? Because sometimes those things aren't thought about, and that helps someone. The developers may have to implement things differently if we have to, maybe there's not a way in the UI to test something. So those are all really effective ways to help reduce problems. All right, so now I'm going down in the weeds a little bit. But if I'm talking about QA and what is it, a major thing is manual testing and automated testing. So automated testing is really hot right now. It's a hot topic. People want to jump on the automated testing bandwagon, and it is great, but there's a lot of cost, not just monetary cost, but work that goes into it. So what is manual testing? What is automated testing? Manual testing is something that a human does. So you hire someone, they learn the application, and they have to click, or if it's a UI application, or maybe back end, they have to test that application using their brain and understanding it and executing those tests. Automated testing is where you script your tests. So it doesn't have a human actually doing the tests. A human has to write the tests and script them, but then they can be run either at a scheduled time, or you could trigger them manually. And the benefit of that is, one of the benefits is that it's much faster. So if I want to test logging into an application and making sure that I get brought to a home page, if I have a username and a password, that's going to take me 10 minutes to do for 10 different users with different permissions. But an automated script can do that in like 5 seconds. So the benefit of automated testing is that it's much faster, so you can cover more because you have more time to run those tests, or it takes less time to run those tests. So manual testing, a big challenge is time. We don't have enough time because we're in this release cycle and we have a release date and we need to make that date. So a common challenge is that the development team maybe needs longer to finish their changes, and we have a schedule, and QA had X amount of time to do their testing. And maybe development had to use some of that time. And so now we have less time to do our testing. The release date's not changing. So manual testing, okay, we were not going to have as much time, so we can't test everything. So we have to figure out, what are we going to test based on knowing the changes in the system, understanding the way the system's designed and what impacts what features. And we just have to prioritize. And there's risk involved in that. There's always risk. But we have to prioritize and make a decision. If we had automated tests for, say, 70% of the application, then we would have confidence that that 70% got tested. We may find errors, but we won't find those errors if we're doing manual testing because we don't have time to do that coverage. It is impossible to test every single feature in an application in a reasonable release time. I say reasonable. People don't want more than a week calendar time for testing. Sometimes if you're in a Scrum process, it's days. It really depends on the project. But you don't have months unless you're some like really old project that's on old waterfall where they have a year to do changes and you have a year to test them or something like that. That's just not really the way it's working now in software development. So automated testing is great because we can run more tests faster. It identifies problems sooner because if we can run a script in an hour that tests 70% of the application, you know within an hour what fails. If a human's doing it and it takes them a week, they might run that failed test case on the last day. So you lose that time to fix those issues. So there's trade-off. There's a lot that goes into it. And it really needs a dedicated team. So a challenge with automated testing is, from what I've seen, a lot of companies will try to just have it be a side project. And they want to do automated testing, but they don't want to invest in the resources for it due to cost. And so it'll be a side project, but I've never seen that succeed. You really need to have a dedicated automated testing, at least one person, to write those scripts and to maintain those scripts, because those scripts are going to fail. When the UI changes and your all of your DOM elements change or something changes about the way you're referencing things in your script, that's going to break your script and you need to maintain them. So there's a big trade-off. There's a lot that goes into it. Automated testing is great if you can do it, but you can't just do it on a whim. It's a really an investment that has to be taken seriously. So that comes into, if you're in QA, you just have to find some balance. And every time there's challenges, right? So sometimes we're going to have not enough time. This is the classic project management triangle. You have scope, time, and cost. And all of those affect quality. You've probably seen this before. This is not anything new, at least to me, or, sorry if it's boring to you, but you can adjust one of those and still have quality. So if you want to add scope to your project, you can do that if you can also add time or cost, but you can't just change scope and not adjust your other edges of your triangle if you want to have quality. If you're willing to sacrifice quality, yeah, you can add scope, reduce time, and cut cost, but you're really not going to get a good end result. So in QA, it's our responsibility to find that balance. It's never the same. It's the project, it's the release, it's the team, and lots of things factor into that. So you, as a QA person, it's just our responsibility to speak up and raise risk and ask those questions and be willing to do that. Yeah.
Do you have any final thoughts as we give folks a moment to get some questions into the chat?
Thanks, Chad. So yeah, this is my last slide. So basically my final thoughts are the struggle is real. It's challenging. Software development is challenging as a whole. QA, we just have to try to apply our best practices. We know in life we should eat well, exercise, and save money for retirement, but we don't always do that. And it's not because we're lazy, but there's challenges. Maybe I can't afford to do food prep or take the time. I'm not doing it because I don't know better. Same thing with QA. We just have to try to do those best practices even when they're hard and even when they don't come easy. So that's it. Thanks, Chad, for my time.
No, that's great. No, that's great. When you were speaking, is it true that software development will happen with and then the QA is thought of completely later? I thought we were done with that, but do you still see that happen where it's okay, we're almost done with this? Maybe we should test it now.
Even on sprints, the development team takes their time to develop and then hands over. It may be tickets. It might not be all at once, but I still do see that linear relationship. I've seen projects where that's not the case, but I definitely still think that that is a way software development's being done still.
Yeah, I see. So maybe they know they need that it needs to be done, but you know, on the not as frequently, or it's still there's still a struggle. It's still not something that is being taken with open arms. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's growth of the team, and you can't do it in a bubble. You can't just have the QA team want to do it one way. You have to have everybody embrace that approach, because as everything's connected, if we're going to have QA tests with developers, then that adjusts the timeline for all of the teams, all of the people. Business reps have to get their requirements at a certain time and have to be willing to have discussions or availability or quick turnaround. It affects the whole team, has to embrace that. So I did see a question. Do I have time to answer?
Yeah, you have.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
So Akshay, I saw. Oh, go ahead.
No, go. Yeah,
okay. He asked what tools we've used for automation. So personally, myself, there was a tool that Janelle Group created, which is now retired, which I have used, which was called Reflex. Mostly, I'm most versed in the Selenium-based automation tools. So Nightwatch is the one that I currently use. There's a tool, Mocha, which I'm learning. Those are the ones that I'm most familiar with, but basically Selenium. But I also have been exposed to Test Complete. I don't use that myself, but in the past had used that, which has UI framework, so you can record your screen in addition to doing scripting. But those are the ones that I've used.
So I guess I got to ask this, and you know, this only needs a short answer, but with all this automation, are they taking over our jobs?
Not yet. I think that would help us if the robots were taking over our jobs, because then we could give them work to do and do our work and have them help us.
Right. And I think you said something about, you know, some of the things that you automate are sometimes redundant and not what a human wants to really be doing with their time.
Yeah. And it takes a human to do that programming. So they're never going to be able to take over for us. Yeah.
Yep.
I'd love to automate all the little trivial things and just do the more complicated stuff myself.
Yes. Yep. It is neat to watch an automated test tool run a website, right?
It is.
And then see all the things happen, and you know, I take a little pleasure in seeing that happen.
It is cool to watch.
Yeah.
It's nice to have the robots to do the boring stuff, and we do the challenging one, right?
Yes.
Totally agree. I will share my screen if that's okay with you, Tanya.
Oh, yes. I can stop sharing.
Yep. So, well, thank you so much, Tanya. We're going to transition, and there may be people who are just joined. And so you should know, keep your microphone muted. That's something everyone's been fabulous about. We are recording. So, you know, just be aware that this event is being recording, and you will be able to watch it later. We'll share it on the Meetup site. We're in the chat. Yep, lots of chats, lots of thank yous to Tanya right now. So please use the chat to communicate with each other all the time. You can put questions in there. So, you know, as we get ready for our next speaker, if you have a question, put it in the chat. And we've been saying that you put plus signs in front of a question. And if you do that, then, and if we have time, we'll give you an opportunity to open up the mic and ask your question to the speaker personally.
Soon we will have a raffle.
Don't forget, Linda, can you remind us about the hashtag?
Together we rise.
Yeah, the hashtag Together We Rise, right?
Mm-hmm. So soon we will have our first raffle. If somebody, Jen, maybe can share the link for our first raffle. If everybody in attendance can put their name in that new spreadsheet that we are putting out there. After our next speaker, we will have our first raffle, and we will raffle a Google Home Hub and a Google Nest Mini. So please go ahead and fill out the form. And
Yep, that's coming soon after our next speaker, Amanda Kirk, right?
yeah. So
Amanda, yes,
is a game developer, educator, and lifelong fan of games. Amanda has been designing games for a variety of audiences for over 10 years. She currently serves as a coordinator of RPI's Digital Game Hub by day, working with the local industry and schools to improve game development in the region. So let's welcome Amanda.
hello, Amanda.
Hey, how's it going?
We're doing well so far. No catastrophes. Looking forward to hearing your talk.
Yeah. All right. The slides should be showing. Are we good?
Yeah. Yes.
Cool.
That's right. We see you. Yep.
Great. Awesome. I'm super happy to be here. So the thing I really wanted to talk about was in my daily work, most of the stuff I do is fairly soft, but I do have a technical background, and I think that's really been the critical part of my success. So I really encourage people to try something new. So that's kind of what I'm going to be talking about today. So I think right now is a really good time to try something new and experiment with learning new skills and play, which of course is really important for game developers, is that we're able to create software that is really engaging and fun. And so to that end, I think if we look at skills development as something that is more than just hard work, and if we try to find ways to make it more of a playful experience and take principles from game design and incorporate them into how we approach problem solving, that's really something that can make learning new things really engaging. So right now, I really wish I had time and energy to work on my coding skills, but unfortunately, I'm working full time and I have a little toddler at home. So I've been using my time in the evenings to learn watercolor, which is really relaxing. And my 2 foot tall tyrant lets me do it. If I try to use a computer while he's awake, he's like, no, won't have that. So when I think about my watercolor paintings, I'm not really comparing myself to someone who has 10 years experience or is really skilled at a specific medium, right? The medium of watercolor is different from someone who uses oil paints. It's something that I consider to be a hobby. And when I started to think about learning new code frameworks more as a hobby or something I do for fun in my spare time, I found that a lot of the things that was holding me back from, really diving in and figuring out, what specific languages and frameworks that I was really excited about, I was able to really get into that. A lot of times in the past, I found that I would compare myself to my friends, and a lot of them are really, really great engineers. And as a game designer, most of my work skills has been around communication and problem solving, and less about actually having the time to like put my nose down and figure things out. But like anything, it's really about the application of time, and that will create you the experience, like get you the experience that you need to actually be able to develop more wholeheartedly. So hopefully, unlike me, you have time to dive into these things. So the next thing I wanted to talk about was the amount of access that we have. So I think one challenge that we have in upstate New York is that we have a smaller population than like a metropolitan area like Chicago or San Francisco, even Montreal. So there's less opportunities for programs that specifically impact underserved developers. So I'm rather jealous because I'm fairly connected to online communities, and because the game industry is fairly small, we know a lot of like each other in passing and at events. So I'm able to see, and you can see on the left side of the screen, I have a bunch of examples of nonprofits that are specifically developed to serve underserved game developers, and they may be located in Montreal or the UK, San Francisco, and what's great is now that we're in a situation where we can't meet in person, these programs have had to shift online. I also wanted to show on the right, we have a bunch of really great communities in our local area that I have participated in. And fortunately, they've also moved to online meetups and things. And so it's been really great because even though I can't leave my house, I can still connect with these people that I've connected with before. And hopefully we're able to get even more people involved in what we're doing. I think what's really interesting about the capital region is that we have, so I live in Steventown, and that's like a half hour from Albany. Right. And then we have people who are in Schenectady, and that's like also a half hour from Albany, even further. We have people in Saratoga. So we have all these like really cool, engaging things that are happening in our area. But for me to think of, after work, going out to another event and then coming home and getting home at 10 o'clock, that's a bit hard for me to do. So now that things are online, I can just plug in. And so I'm able to see a lot more things than I have in the past. So it's definitely worth looking and seeing. You might not have thought of things. You might be like, oh, that's too far away. A lot of conferences have moved to having online content, and those would typically be fairly expensive to attend. And now it's available and open, and you can kind of share them. And a lot of times, like this presentation right now, right, we're being recorded. So if it happened that you were outside enjoying the beautiful day and you're watching this in the evening, that's fine too, right? So it's really great that we've kind of adapted to our current situation. And so I think it's important to be mindful of the fact that we do have, it's unfortunate that we are in this situation, but fortunately there's things that we can do to kind of pass the time. So I did want to talk a little bit about pressure, which I think is something that a lot of times can impede people from trying new things. Like if you did karate you've never done before, you're out of shape, you wouldn't want to do that. For coding, it can be the same thing where maybe you're familiar with a specific, you have a specific background and you want to try something new, but there's a lot of things that might be holding you back, right? So one thing to think about is that people learn in different ways. And so there's really no wrong answer to answer these questions. How do you learn best? What do you want to learn? And then what happens if you don't actually know? You're like, yeah, that thing looks cool that that person made. How can I make it? So for myself personally, I really like learning things as a social event. I find that it's low pressure and really, for me, it's about engaging with other people and talking about common interests. So when I did have spare time, I was able to participate with our local Google developer group. I took a course in machine learning using the Google Cloud Platform. And this was really great because we use something called Quick Labs, and I'll discuss that a little bit more in a minute. But the thing that was really nice is that it was like a whole Saturday event, and there was food and lots of food and prizes and hanging out and all this stuff. And then on top of that, I'm also learning something that everyone's talking about machine learning. So I wanted to see what the fuss was about. I had taken AI courses back when I was in college. And it's like, well, how far have we come? And trying to figure out, is what I had learned previously going to relate to what we're talking about now? So what I really liked about the Quick Lab is that you can just follow the instructions. It's kind of like baking a cake, right? So everything is provided for you, like a box of cake mix. You don't have to go and figure out, which specific types of flour you need or anything like that. It's just ready in this box. You pour it out, you add the water, and bang, you have machine learning Quick Labs coming along. So a lot of times with these types of things, you're using a bunch of different frameworks and setting up a bunch of different settings before you can even get to coding. And so that can sometimes be hard to work with. So with the Quick Lab, really, it just goes through the whole thing. So that was really great. So there's one thing I want. Oh, and the other, yeah, sorry. Yes. So talking about cake and about structure and sometimes not understanding how everything fits together is sometimes there'll be terms that you don't really understand. So we have a picture of delicious pie. So if you're new to pies, you haven't had a lot of pie, you might just call it a berry pie. And if someone told you this was a lingonberry acai pie, you might be a bit put off if you don't know what that is. How do you know if you'll like it, right? So these terms add this air of mystery to the pastry. It makes it sound more luxurious. But if someone told you that it was made from blueberries and cranberries, which are effectively like the same thing, they taste the same, right? Then you'd be more comfortable doing it. So I think the same thing holds true for technical terms. They can often confound and create barriers for people who are not as confident in the ecosystem. So sometimes people don't realize, like people who are experienced developers, they don't realize that this creates situations that might be exclusionary to new people because they don't understand this contextual vocabulary isn't something that is like a layman term, right? So I think one thing to think about is that there's really nothing wrong with not knowing a term or a language or framework or skill set. It's a question of asking questions and then finding yourself a community where people are willing to discuss with you and um, help you understand how everything fits together into the larger picture. And also, I think is great that we have all of these resources like Google. You could Google it, right? But then you should also make sure to avoid the trap of just Googling everything and being in this cone of silence and not really knowing. Talk to people because you not knowing something is to be expected if you're just learning, right? And if people don't behave that way, then perhaps you're hanging out with the wrong people. So once I had a taste of Quick Labs, I started to wonder, what is it like to perform these operations out of the lab if I'm not following boxed instructions, right? What if it's like, what is it like if I'm using Google Cloud Platform and I want to do something new, exciting, different? When I was in high school and learning to code, I learned how to code C++ using a textbook. The teacher I had was a business teacher and she understood typing but not coding. And then as I grew up, I was in a time period where you would be expected to learn things by looking at textbooks, reference manuals. This is before Google existed. Whoa. So now what's great trying to investigate this ML exciting stuff is that there's lots of tools that have been developed to make our lives easier. There's colorful IDEs and there's resources like Stack Overflow. So the barrier to entry has really never been lower. I think what's been really great is I'd say probably 5 or 6 years ago, we started seeing a lot of ecosystems that were designed for kids to teach them how to get into STEM careers, right? So we have like Scratch, and there's a bunch of like really easy WYSIWYG things that Google's put out. And so now we've started to see things like CodePen and Glitch.me, which are they're like communities, right? So you can code live in a website and then you can share it with the whole community of other people. And then if you're new coming in and like you want to make this bongo cat jammy thing, you can just like click on it, go in, and you can see how they make these things, right? So it kind of gives you, if you're not inspired, you don't know what you want to make, you can go and learn there. There's lots of other resources and tools that if you get to the point where you've done enough structured things, or if you want to practice more, like if you're doing Albany Can Code or some other Udemy online thing and you feel like you're learning enough but you don't see how you would apply it, then there's a lot of resources for you to go and explore, which is really, really great. All right. And then, so a huge part of the thing I wanted to say about just learning new things in general is that I think the best part about game development is the eureka moment when things aren't working and you don't know why. So you become a detective and you have to figure out what part of your system is broken, right? And I think this is something that's true regardless of what field you're in, right? If you're an artist, or you're developing like user layouts, or if you're actually programming in the code, there's always things that you're trying to solve. And part of that, once you are experienced, that becomes part of the adventure of being in that problem solving method, right? And I think when we're new, we start to think that, oh, that's because I'm dumb, or this isn't for me. And it's really that you have to start to embrace kind of that detective mentality. And so I think having more experience solving technical problems will help you with your regular work, and it will also help you communicate with more technical people. So I hope that this is the end of it for me. So I hope you get to try something new. Cool. Thank you so much.
That was great. What was the first painting that you made with the colors?
What was the first what?
With the watercolors, right? You said what was the first watercolor painting as you were learning? What was the first?
That
image?
was it. That parakeet.
Was it the parrot?
Yeah.
Was it that parrot? Okay.
It was.
It was the parrot.
Yeah. Well,
right,
I mean,
great.
I did it in high school.
Yeah.
Here he is. But that's my parakeet Martin that I had in college.
Okay.
Yeah, I had done watercolor once in high school, and then I got this set maybe a month and a half ago, and this is the first one that I did. So
Nice.
Yeah.
You were talking about QuickBooks.
Yeah.
Or not QuickBooks. Oh gosh, remind me. It's Quick what?
Quick Labs.
Quick Labs. Thank you. We've been using that in the Google developer group, and wow, has it been great! It because like you were saying, there's a bunch of stuff in development that sometimes you need to do before you can actually effectively code, and that platform really gets people into the cool stuff. I think gets it. I've heard people get discouraged because they can't get to the fun stuff. I think it's great that you found and demonstrated that. What the cat project? What are other things that you've seen in there that piqued your interest in Quick Labs?
Oh no, the cat thing is from CodePen. That's just random.
CodePen.
So yeah.
Okay.
So what I ended up doing with Quick Labs is I did the machine learning Quick Lab with Google Developer Group, and then because you get 2 months free, I could sit at home, and I did the other because I had broken my arm in the fall, so I missed 2 of them. So I did the other 2, and then I did one that was like dev frameworks. And the thing that's really great is you get badges for completing them, so you can do these like tasks, and then you unlock a badge at the end, and yay, gamification. So
yeah, that was we had really great attendance to that Google Cloud study jams. I remember everybody.
Linda, you set that up, didn't you?
Yeah, we had it at the TOG. How is the name? I don't remember.
Yeah, the center of gravity.
Yeah.
Yes, one of the acronyms.
Yeah,
right.
And now with COVID, it's free, so anyone can sign up and get something free.
Okay.
These sandboxes for coding are so wonderful. I really like them, and it helps, especially for who has to set up their computers. And when you are remote, sometimes when you do these code labs online, it's much easier and takes a lot of drain. Because when we are on person, it's easier to set up somebody else's computer. When you are remote, sometimes things gets out of hand. So
aren't there a couple flavors of code labs? Which one did you do, Amanda?
The Quick Lab?
No, I'm sorry. The machine learning, right? You with the Google cloud platform.
So I did it was the regular ML one, and then I went back and did the one for language and the one for
speech,
image detection. And then actually what I ended up doing, which I didn't have in here because I was trying to find things that were easy to jump into, is I started Googling around to figure out how I could create my own, so it's cute that I can do this Quick Lab, right? And figure out how to do image detection within this little tiny framework. But how do people do it because it should be fairly easy, right, to connect to these libraries and whatever, and it's not super hard. So I ended up doing this JavaScript thing where it was trying to detect whether something was a cupcake or not. But I didn't like get to build out the data set yet. So that's kind of what I ended up doing, is I ended up finding a bunch of, it was an article on Medium actually about ML using JavaScript. So it's really fun.
That's great. Yeah, I recommend all of that stuff. And check out the local Google developer group in the capital region. We're helping to organize this International Women's Day celebration. Actually, the third annual for our group here. But yeah, we had a chance to do some things. What's next is the raffle. So if you are joining us and hadn't heard about this, now is the time. What you need to do is jump into the chat and use the link to put your name in the spreadsheet. Now, a lot of people have done this already. I'm just I'm doing a quick peek to see how many names we've got in there.
Waiting for you, so it's worth doing it. It's worth it.
So I see lots of folks in action in there. If you haven't had a chance, just find an empty slot and get your name in there. And Linda is going to pull up the wheel, and we're going to give you a couple minutes, but pretty soon we're going to copy all of these names into the wheel, and we're going to spin the wheel.
And meantime, I can say something, a few words about our sponsors.
Oh, please, yes, yeah? Tell us.
Okay, so as I told you, for this first raffle, we will have a Google Nest Mini and a Google Home Hub. Also, we will have in the next two raffles 2 scholarships, 50% discount from Practicum by Yandex bootcamps to choose from web developer, data scientist, and data analyst. The codes will be valid until June 8th, and we will get in contact with you to give you these codes. 1 second, because I should have. I think here I have a short presentation of Practicum. Is a fully supportive remote bootcamp to land your ideal job tech. Students receive 24/7 support from tutors, code reviewers, and peers. Learn the soft skills that they will get hired and create up to 15 real-life projects. Also, we will have all women in tech in the attendance will get the chance to join, develop her salary negotiation program to bridge the gender wage gap. Develop her and Lauren Hansen are piloting. 1 second, if I can find quickly the tab. Are piloting a new groundbreaking program to get underpaid women in tech access to its award-winning salary negotiation program for no upfront investment as part of the new and innovative income share program. The beta program round 2 is available until May 31st. We will share the links and the code with you in after our raffle, so you will get access to everything. So if you did everyone wrote their name for the raffle? Can I put the names in the wheel? Should I go? Can everybody hear me? I don't hear nothing.
We hear you.
Yep, there we go.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think we've got the sheet. The sheet has been filled up, and I think we're ready to pay. There we go. Look at spinning. All right. So what is the first prize, Linda?
Can I go? There is everybody put their names, right? We can go already, right?
I think so. Why don't you tell us what the first prize is, and if anyone doesn't see their name in the spreadsheet, quickly chat, and we'll get it sorted. What's that first prize, Linda?
So first we will raffle the Google Nest Mini. So I will spin.
All right, here we go. This is exciting.
Let's see who.
Google Nest Mini. This is something. This is a device that can turn your lights on and turn them off. Oh, great.
Layla.
All right.
Layla, are you in?
So
Yay! She wrote in.
Congratulations, Leah.
If you want to unmute yourself and yay in person, you are more than welcome. So our next.
Let's who is this? Is someone in the support team able to take down Leah's name so we can contact her and get her that Google Nest?
Yeah, I think Jen is taking care of this. Okay, thank you, Jen. Our next prize is a Google Home Hub, and I will shuffle first with the names. Just to. Oh, I'm doing it in the wrong screen. Sorry. Okay, so I will. Let's see who is winning the.
And this is for what device, Linda?
The Google Home Hub.
The Google Home Hub. Oh, we have another winner. Fabio Grover. Yes, right. So this is the device with the screen. That's cool. Yeah.
Who is Shabia Grover? Are you in here, Shabia? Ah, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
She's in charge. Perfect.
Congratulations. Congratulations. That's a lot of fun. Yep. We'll be doing that again. And winners, you don't get to play again. But if you didn't win this time, when the next raffle happens, we'll clear out that sheet and you'll type in your name again if you're around and available. And we'll have more winners. So let's see, what's the time check? We are at 3:27. I think you guys know we've been trying to keep a tight ship with our times. We have, speakers starting at 3:28. That gives us 1 minute before Arissa Hill is up next, right? Her talk is going to be women technologists. But before we turn that over to Linda's introduction, let's just remember that we're recording this event. So if you want to see this later, we'll have a link to it on the Meetup site. Everyone's been doing a wonderful job of keeping your mics muted. We were talking about this earlier. It's almost like the old message of please silence your cell phones. This has been wonderful. We have an attendance sheet, and maybe someone can paste that into the chat. If you've just popped in, add your name in there somewhere. We would just like to know that you stopped by. The format has been that we have a speaker who has 15 minutes to talk, and then there are 5 minutes of Q&A after the speaker is done. Please put questions in the chat and go ahead and converse and have all sorts of fun in the chat while the talk is going on. We will use those questions at the end during the Q&A time. And then also, if you want, put plus signs in front of your question, and that just lets us know that you'd be okay getting on mic and asking the speaker a question directly. So let's see, what else do we have? I do want to just real quick thank some of the sponsors that we've had. We've had Janelle Group. We're using the domain in their Google Meet space. We have the Troy Webb, who has been a great supporter and for many years now. Agora Media, our partner, has helped us make this all happen, and New York Tech Loop for getting the information out there, and many of these other groups. We actually, I can't even talk about all of them because we're out of time. We've got to get going for Arissa. So
as always,
Linda.
We have Google with us and Google developer groups and Women Tech Makers Ambassadors Program, and I Am Remarkable. This year we had Develop Her and Practicum joining us. So lots of sponsors. Thank you so much. So our next speaker is Arissa Hill. She began her career in cybersecurity as an associate IT security specialist within the energy industry. She currently works as a cybersecurity analyst. Arissa has also been involved with professional development organizers such as Toastmasters International, Women's Society of Cyber Jitsu, and Society of Women Engineers in the past. So let's welcome Arissa and her talk. Thank you.
Hello, I'm going to present my screen now.
Welcome. We're excited about your talk. This is great. If Diana, I don't know if she's still with us, but she was talking about security when we first got started. So maybe you can shed some light on that. We have an accidental theme here. It's coming together.
We didn't even know that all the talks are connecting all with each
Related
other.
this way. That's right. Yeah.
Please
Okay,
take
one
over,
second.
Arisa.
Okay, I'm having a little bit of a technical issue here.
No worries. I guess one of the things that we've been giving out as raffle prizes have been some of these internet-connected Internet of Things devices. Nest is one of those, right? We've just, in our family, we have a couple of devices now that turn on and off with the app. A gentleman that I work with has gone crazy with that, and actually his blinds, he can be at work and he can hit a button on his iPhone and make sure his blinds are shut if it's too sunny a day. But
are you able to share your screen, Arisa? It should be in the right-hand side, in the bottom, if you hover your screen. Are you still with us, Arisa?
we'll be having some other speakers come in after Arisa. Also, we have Komal, and her talk is on managing your finances with technology. That's going to happen at 3:50. And then we also have Kate coming in at 4:12 and Jennifer at 4:39. So we've got, it just keeps coming. I'm pretty sure it's after that we'll have the next raffle.
Yeah. Arisa, are you still with us? Should we go to the next speaker and switch talks? I don't know if Como is ready, so we can switch the talks. I don't have any feedback. Arisa? Como, are you ready?
This is the excitement of live television. We were talking about this during some of the rehearsals. This is, when I used to watch these shows, and I didn't watch live television. I'm way too young for all of that stuff, right? But I used to hear about how things would go terribly wrong, and I think we've been doing pretty good. I think we're hanging on here. What you got, Arisa?
You can switch the presentations. It's just not.
Please?
I'm not sure if Komal's ready.
Linda, but, if you stop, Linda, if you stop your presenting, maybe Arisa will see the option to start presenting.
But she should be able to take over me. I will stop sharing, but I think, try now.
Okay, I'm going to.
You should be able to take over no matter what.
So many, I see the 35. I've been looking at a different screen. I'm seeing everyone's squares now. It's kind of fun. Hey, everybody. Now I see you all. Hey, everybody. It's good to see you back.
Okay.
So if you look here on the bottom, on the right-hand side, you should have this button. And you should be able to present. Otherwise,
it's not letting me present.
Can you try to refresh your browser? It will kick you out. We will go with the next talk, and this way we give you time to solve your issue. What do you think? Works for you? It's okay with you? Okay. So let's go to the next. 1 second, I will share the other screen. Share entire screen. Como, are you ready? Yeah, okay. So everybody can see my screen.
Yep.
Our next speaker is Komal Narwekar. I hope so I pronounce it correctly. She's a software developer at Janelle Group in Schenectady with a passion for personal finance. When she is not coding or watching Netflix, she is immersed in learning how to manage money with the tech tools available at her disposal. And now I will hand it over to Como.
Thanks, Linda. Give me a minute here to share my screen. All right. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
All right. So thanks, Linda and Chad, again for the introduction. Linda, you said my name perfectly. Again, my name is Komal. Today, I'm going to talk about managing your finances with the help of technology. A quick disclaimer, everything I present today is for general informational purposes only and is not intended to provide specific advice or recommendation for an individual, specific security, or an investment product. It is meant only for educational purposes. Now that that's out of the way, let's begin. Today, we will talk about the 4 aspects of personal finance that have been the pillars for my financial journey. We will start with budgeting, then discuss savings and investing, followed by how to manage your money. Finally, we will discuss some fun money challenges. Budgeting, yikes. As soon as I talk about budgeting, my friends immediately lose interest in the conversation. For so many people, budgeting can seem like a daunting task. But once you get into the habit of doing it, it'll come much more naturally and easily to you. So, what is budgeting? Budgeting is simply balancing your expenses with your income. Now, let's talk about why you should do it. Budgeting has a ton of advantages, but there are 3 that I would like to focus on today. Firstly, it reduces your risk of overspending. When you spend money without thinking, it is very easy to overspend, and we've all seen that. This does not mean that you can't spend money. It just means that when you spend it, choose consciously on what you're spending. Secondly, budgeting helps you reach your goals. Once you know how much money you're spending, you'll be able to set aside a sum of money to pay from your paycheck towards your goals or your savings. These can be short-term or long-term goals, and we'll talk about goals in a bit. But most importantly, budgeting puts you in control of your money. This allows you to prioritize and track your spending. It can help you realize when you need to stop spending. Budgeting is not about limiting the fun in your life. In fact, if done well, it will actually help you have fun without having to worry. It's up to you to decide. Do you want to control your money, or do you want to let money control you? All right, let's get into some techniques. I personally subscribe to 3 of the following techniques. The zero-based budget. It is a method where your income minus your expenses should always equal 0. It basically means you should account for every dollar that you earn, be it an expense or a savings. This works best for people who usually have a set income each month. We have 2 apps, Every Dollar and Mint, that'll help you if you choose this method. In these apps, you can create your budget and allocate funds for specific expenses. It helps you visualize your spending, including your rent or your mortgage, your utilities, or your monthly subscriptions, all in one place. The next one is the Pay Yourself First budget. This method prioritizes saving and debt repayment. In a sense, you will first set aside a specific amount every time you get paid for your savings and towards debt management. And then from whatever is left, you'll take care of your wants and your needs. Personal Capital is a great app that'll help you track the status of all your debts and savings in real time. If you're not comfortable sharing your data with these applications, you can simply create spreadsheets to set up and track your budget. And there's a bunch of these available online if you Google. Next, we'll talk about the 50-30-20 budget. This method sets an upper limit on your expenses and their type. Let's see what this is all about. So the 50-30-20 budget says that you should allocate 50% of your income towards your needs. This includes your house payments, your insurance, your utilities, and your groceries. The next 30% goes towards your wants, like dining out, having fun with friends, entertainment, buying new gadgets and stuff like that. The next 20% goes towards paying down your debt or savings. Personally, I use a hybrid of all these 3 methods. I use the 50-30-20 budget to set up a framework for my spending categories. followed by the pay yourself first method, which basically means I split my paycheck 20% into a different account, which is the money I end up saving. Lastly, I budget the remaining 80% using the zero-based budget, where essentially I account for every dollar that comes in. A quick and useful tip here: always have a miscellaneous category in your budget. This helps you plan for those unseen expenditures. If you do spend it, well, you didn't go over budget. But if you don't spend it, you can immediately move it to your savings before starting your next budget. All right, next up, we'll talk about savings and investing. Let's see some of the pros and cons of these two methods. So savings is usually safer than investing with little to almost no risk of losing your money. The con, however, is that you get a low rate of return on your money. This means you could potentially lose purchasing power due to inflation over time. Investing, on the other hand, can produce a higher rate of return compared to savings. On the flip side, it can be riskier depending on your preference. Talking about savings, I can think of three major things. Firstly is building your emergency savings. It is recommended that a person have 3 to 6 months of expenses saved up. This will help you prepare for any unforeseen emergencies. The importance of this has never been more apparent than the times we are living in right now. Having this money saved up can give you the sense of security and some peace of mind during times like these. It is also important how and where you save this money. So you should save 1 month of expenses in an accessible saving or checking account, which is different from the account you spend from. The second 2 months, like the next 2 months, can be saved in a money market account or an online savings account, which usually have a higher rate of interest. The remaining 3 months can be saved in a low risk bonds or CDs. The next thing is short-term goals. Short-term goals can be any expenses that you would make in your future. It's usually up to 2 years that you would consider short-term goals. This can be like buying a car or putting down payment on a house. The next one is sinking funds. They are a bit different from your emergency funds in the sense that you're saving towards a known expense, which is expected at a later date. It can include saving up for upcoming vacations or setting aside your deductible amount for the insurance or planning Christmas purchases. So next time, instead of making a big purchase using a loan, plan for it. Put aside a fixed amount of money with every paycheck. This method will not only save you from paying interest to the bank, but might also earn you some interest while you're saving for this purchase. Next is investing. This is a good tool for long-term goals, like say buying a house in 5 to 10 years into the future. It is also a great method if you are looking for financial growth. Investing can be an entire presentation on its own, so we will not dive deeper into this today. Let's talk tech. There's not a lot of technology I use when it comes to saving. A few useful tips would be splitting your paycheck into different accounts. One for saving, another for spending. This makes it easier to not spend the money you intend to save because it's essentially hidden. Using separate bank accounts for different saving funds, be it your emergency funds or your sinking funds. On the opposite end, there's a lot of different tools when it comes to investing. There are your typical brokerage accounts like Fidelity and Ally Invest, which let you invest in individual stocks and ETFs. This is a more hands-on approach to investing. Then there are robo-advisors. These provide digital financial advice based on mathematical rules or algorithms. This is a kind of hands-off approach to investing. All you have to do is set a fixed amount to be withdrawn from your paycheck and select your risk level. Robo-advisors will do the rest. Next is investing using apps on your phones. Stash and Robinhood are some of the more popular apps that we can use from the comfort of our phone nowadays. Makes investing incredibly simple. All right, now we'll talk a little bit about managing your money. This is essentially taking more of a bird's eye view to your personal finance. This is to see what you're worth and where you want to be. Let's start with goals. I believe that goal setting can be a very important tool that helps guide your focus and sustain momentum in the task you're trying to achieve. I can't stress enough the importance of having a short-term and long-term goals for yourself. Think of what you'd like to achieve financially in a week or a month. Something simple like bringing home cooked meals every day to work, or avoiding impulse purchases. Oftentimes, if you skip an impulse purchase the first time you think about it, chances are you will not buy it at a later date. Then think about what you want to achieve in a year, and this is still kind of considered short-term goals. Lastly, think of where you want to be in 5 years. This can be as simple as writing down a figure on a piece of paper of what you want your net worth to be. Stick this to the back of your closet or someplace you might look every so often. Setting goals will help you visualize your financial future for yourself. Next is think of your finances as a company you're managing, right? Every company creates quarterly reports. That's essentially a financial statement, such as balance sheets or income statements that are issued every 3 months. I would recommend that you create a similar balance sheet for yourself at the end of every quarter. This will help you keep a finger on the pulse of your financial goals. I personally like to maintain my quarterly balances using spreadsheets. So here's a quick example of a spreadsheet. You can find a ton of these online that suit you. They usually account for all your assets and your liabilities while calculating your net worth. You should always include things like your cash equivalents, investment, properties, and debt. You can decide whether or not you want to get into the details of your physical possessions every quarter. Quarterly reports are a great tool to help you stay on track for your goals. I myself use Personal Capital to track my finances. It lets me connect all of my different bank accounts, my credit cards, my 401k accounts all in one place. It shows me my financial journey with charts and graphs, stuff like that. Mint is similar to Personal Capital in that sense. Again, if you don't trust these apps, spreadsheets can help track this very easily. All right, this is something that's very close to my heart and I'm very passionate about. Money challenges are a great way to help you attain some financial victories. There's a bunch of challenges out there. Some of them are a little bit more popular. So the 52-week challenge. This challenge requires you to save a specific amount every week. You will start with $1 the first week, followed by $2 the next week, $3 the week after that, up until $52 in the last week of the year. Sounds simple, right? But this challenge can help you save $1,378 in a year. This challenge can be a fun way to pad your emergency savings or your sinking funds. Next is the no spend challenge. In this challenge, you will decide not to make any purchases for a set amount of time. This can be a week or a month-long duration. Needs like housing, insurance, gas, utilities, these are an exception and they need to be paid, guys, don't default. You will essentially not go shopping for groceries or coffee. You'll have to plan before you start this challenge to ensure that you have your basic necessities at home. This is not an excuse to just go crazy shopping. The spare change challenge is, where you set aside and save all your spare change after every purchase. Nowadays, we rarely use cash while shopping. Acorns is an app that'll help you round up all these purchases to the nearest dollar in the background. You can connect this app to your credit or your debit card, and it can be a fun way to save for your kids. Either put the spare change in their piggy banks or let them see the change you've saved in the app over time. It'll help your kids learn the mindset of conscious spending. To conclude, I would like to say that all these techniques I discussed today are helping me on my financial journey. And I hope that some of you find this helpful to manage your money as well.
That's great.
Any questions?
Yeah, as a reminder, put your questions in the chat if you have any. Mint is an app that I I guess I'm still using, although not as actively as I used to. Do you have a favorite of all of the ones that you listed there, Komal?
Yeah, certainly. I personally, like for me, I use personal capital a lot. It basically lets me, get all my accounts in one place. And other than that, I'm a very hands-on budgeter. I'm a very hands-on person. So I use Google spreadsheets,
Oh,
wherein
yeah. Yep.
an easy
Yep.
format, I'll just put all my expenses when I expect them. And it helps me see them without, an app reminding me. Again, for somebody who doesn't want to actively do this every day, an app is so much better. But personally, for me, I use like Google personal capital.
Do you have any template ready to use that you could share with us?
Oh God, a bunch of them.
Yeah.
If there's a link after this talk, I could post some of the templates I use to the link later.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be really handy.
Questions on the chat, Chad. Can you check them for Como? There are 2 questions on the chat for Como.
Oh, let's see here. So, I'm looking through the chat here. What questions do you see, Linda? I don't see them.
Okay, I see one from Tanya where she says, do you have any fun saving or budget challenges you've completed that you want to share or are proud of? Okay, so one thing that I'm extremely proud of, and this wasn't a challenge per se, but I finished paying off my student loans. And that was one of the first big challenge that I did in life where I just went at it with complete aggression. And I paid that off in 3 years of getting my first job. In terms of these fun challenges, one that I'm currently doing is the 52-week challenge. It's amazing that you can start with $1 and eventually get to $52. And I sort of use these to pad before this whole COVID situation started. I had planned to go to India, at the end of the year. So what I thought was, I made that my sinking fund, and I was saving, the $52 challenge throughout the year to, not have to, take the burden of paying my airline tickets at the end of the year. I would just have the money available. So that was kind of a fun challenge that.
There is another question before Tanya, if you can see the Anne-Marie Lanessay asked a question. Are you familiar with the FIRE, Financial Independence Retire Early movement? If not,
yes. Thanks for calling that out, Linda. Yes, Anne-Marie, I am aware of that, the FIRE movement. And just for people who understand, the FIRE talks about early retirement. And this is not necessarily, it doesn't mean that you just, earn and sit back at 40. It basically means at 40, when you have enough savings, you're free to pursue your dreams. And that's how I look at it. And I'm hopeful that, I'll be able to do some of that, hopefully do something on my own without having to, earn to live. Instead, follow my dreams, follow my passion, give that a shot. I see another question from Jennifer Wong, if I have the time to answer that.
Yep, we have about 1 minute left, so
right.
That sounds great.
Any tips getting into the financial mindset? Yeah, oh God. One of the things I have found most useful is I had a friend who asked me the same question a while ago. Is like, how do you do this? I'm very passionate and I can look at my budget every single day. And she was a person who never could. And I think we just sat one day and I said, you got to get into the habit of this. It gets exciting when you do little challenges, when you do your balance sheet, your net worth. For the first week or the first month, it can be, just kind of a chore to do. But it gets very exciting once you see that number grow. And that's when I feel like it's easiest to get into that mindset. Is like, try to plan your goals or try to set little aims which give you these smaller victories. Because when you see something, it gives you that, that I think it's called dopamine that it releases in your brain. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on this. But having these little victories can help you get into the mindset to become, financially more independent.
Well, that's great. Yes. Well, thank you so much, Komal.
Oh, my pleasure. I will stop Presenting now.
You can't hear it, but everyone's applauding. Everyone has done a good job of keeping their mic muted, and I'm sure they're all clapping right now. I wish you could hear it.
Thank you, guys.
We're going to get ready for our next speaker. We did a quick switch of the order, and next up is going to be Arissa Hill. But before we officially introduce her, let's just remember that we are recording this, so you can come back and watch this whole thing over and over and over again. We're using the chat a lot, so if you have a question to ask, or if you just want to converse with people as the conversation is going along, you can use the chat there. If you want to ask your question out loud, put a bunch of plus signs in front of your question, and then if we can work that in, we'll squeeze in your question again. All right, so without further ado, Linda, who's up next?
So I was sharing my screen. I hope so you are able to see it. Can you see my screen?
Yep, looks good. Yep.
Okay. So our next speaker is Arissa Hill. As I said, she began her career in cybersecurity as an associate IT security specialist within the energy industry. She currently works as a cybersecurity analyst. Arissa has also been involved with professional development organizations such as Toastmasters International, Women's Society of Cyber Jitsu, I think, and the Society of Women Engineers in past years. So I will hand it over to Arissa, and we will see if she solved her problem. Otherwise, I will share her slides. So please.
Hello. So I'm not sure if I'm going to get this to work. I'm going to try, but I will talk about what just happened. It's actually really funny. I just changed my speech from talking about women technologists to cybersecurity. And the reason I changed it, besides the fact that I am a cybersecurity analyst, is because of what's going on in the world right now. So let me tell you what happened with my laptop. So I'm using my personal laptop instead of my work laptop. And I usually use my work laptop. I work a majority of the days of the week, so there's really no reason for me to use my personal laptop right now. And my personal laptop was 2 updates behind. When I updated it, Windows actually released an update that was not compatible with Google Chrome. And so my Google Chrome completely crashed, and that's the browser I usually use. So right now I'm using Firefox. But it just goes to, ties directly into my presentation of cybersecurity and updating your things all of the time. So it's really funny that that happened. So what is cybersecurity? Cybersecurity is the art of protecting systems, programs, applications, and anything from cyber attacks, from hackers. It involves a variety of tools, technologies, best practices. And really our main goal is to ensure that everything is kept confidential. No important information gets out, that information is maintains its integrity, it's not compromised, and that it's always available. Meaning that if somebody has us protecting their website, at any time their participants can access it. And I call it an art because it's really a mixture of being able to stay creative at the same time of developing those really technical, what you may think is in the box. So it's really a mixture of both. And anytime that I talk to people about cybersecurity, I notice that a lot of people don't really have a full understanding of what it is and why it's important to anyone's life, regardless if you're a cybersecurity analyst, you're working at a company, or you just browsing the web at home. And what I do is my team, we actually work 24/7, 365 days a year. Somebody is always online, and we're always monitoring our company's network. We're always ensuring that the changes that happen won't cause any service disruption, which actually ties into what just happened with Windows. It wasn't properly tested, so it compromised the applications that may be on somebody's computers. We also analyze threats, vulnerabilities, anything that comes out in the news. We're trying to see if it's applicable to the company we work at, and if anything was to get hacked at any time, we would try to remediate that as soon as possible. So why does this apply to everyone, regardless of you being at a company or you just browsing the web at home? So I'm going to talk about why that applies, and I'm going to just start by breaking a couple of myths. So most of the time when I talk to people about cybersecurity, whether they're in IT or not, they don't really have the best perception of it. So people think, we're in the room in the basement playing with robots, or they think something like the Matrix. It's not like that at all. So the biggest myth with that is that it's just an IT or cybersecurity issue. And I say IT or cybersecurity because cybersecurity is a branch within IT, but oftentimes even talking to other people who are within the same department, they don't really understand what we do. And cybersecurity isn't everybody's issue. Why? Because as long as you're browsing the web, you're on the internet, or you're developing something that may be connected to the internet, you should have a level of cyber hygiene where your stuff will always be protected, because hackers never sleep. Another common misconception is that it's always external threats, that someone is always trying to attack us from the outside, but that's not true at all, which is why it's important for all of us to have proper knowledge of the cyber threats and the cyber landscape, because the biggest threat is always internal, because an external threat hacker can send an email to someone on the inside, and it'll take something as simple as you clicking on a link, or you downloading a file, or even in your personal email, you download a file, and now your computer is, your data is breached. And you don't want that to happen, because especially at home, where you have your bank account numbers, your social security numbers, and all of your other sensitive information. So it's actually more likely that somebody inside of a company or you yourself will click on something that will cause your information to go out into the world, and you really don't want that to happen. And then another misconception is that all hackers are bad, which is not true at all. There's actually 3 categories of hackers. You have the black hats, which are what you would consider the bad guys, the ones who hack for their personal gain or their personal advantage. They hack to expose people. They hack for money. Then you have the gray hats. They're a little bit in between a gray hat, a black hat, and a white hat. Gray hacks, they don't do it for money necessarily. They're not authorized to hack a company, but they'll hack a company and then let them know, hey, you have this vulnerability available. And sometimes they get money for that, and then sometimes they just get acknowledgement, which is satisfactory for them. And then you have a white hat, who white hats, they are authorized by a company to hack into their systems. They're called pen testers, and they're also within cybersecurity as well. So if you're someone who you just want to break things and you want to hack into a company, you can actually look into being a pen tester. And the reason I decided to talk about cybersecurity is with COVID-19, the coronavirus, and the increase of people working from home, there has been an increase of cyber attacks and hacks. Why is that? Hackers never sleep. Unfortunately, the hackers, they could really care less about it being a pandemic outside, and they're using this as an opportunity to get into companies. And I've actually seen a lot of executive directors are getting their emails hacked. A lot of people with their personal technologies are getting hacked as well. And it's really serious and something that we all need to be aware of, especially with IoT devices. I know earlier Diana mentioned how a lot of people feel their responders, 52% of people feel they're not secure, and then 90% of web developers feel like they're not secure. And the truth of the matter is it's not. I've actually been on a website that is available to all of us, where people's devices at home, if they're not locked down, you can actually see in their living rooms. And you can see what people are doing at home. So it is very important that we're aware of that, because we have these devices in our houses, not realizing that somebody can be looking at these devices, a random person, into your living room. And so it's pretty serious, and we should all be aware of it. And the top 3 attacks that are happening currently with COVID-19 is typo squatting, which is where a hacker will buy a domain that looks similar to one that you may always use, like google.com, but instead of it being google.com, it misses an O. So it's very close to the domain, but if you accidentally type it in wrong, now you're in a malicious website. An example of that would be the John Hopkins map that they had, where they was displaying where all of the COVID cases were and giving all the information on it. They actually was able to get that map, embed malicious software in it, and put it on a different website. So people were accidentally clicking on the wrong website, going to this map, not realizing that this map was infected. And everybody was doing this on their home computers, their work computers, and this is why it's very important to be aware. Phishing emails, which is where somebody will embed a malicious link into an email. So you may think that you're just downloading an Excel file, but as soon as you enable it, it downloads software on your computer. And the thing with this is that that software can be on your computer for months and you don't even know. So it's just collecting all of your information and everything you're doing, all of your data. And it's even worse in a company because we often have privileged access to things. So it's collecting all of that company's data, all of our passwords, all of our elevated privileges. And we don't know until it decides to execute its attack. During the coronavirus, there has been a lot of false emails saying that there's masks available. People are going and buying masks off of fake websites and things of that nature. And then vulnerabilities and remote technologies. And an example of this would be Zoom. Everyone is using Zoom right now, but honestly, no company should be using it because Zoom, not only is Zoom mostly based in China, and that raises a lot of data privacy concerns. A lot of their engineering and their research and development team is located in China. They also had an attack where they hackers were able to access your webcam from your Zoom application. And on top of that, 500,000 people, Zoom users, passwords and emails were being sold on the dark web. So this ties directly into having proper cyber hygiene. Because in the example where Zoom, your password and email, you don't even know if you're one of those people who were affected. Your password and your email is being sold on the dark web. It's important to always have different passwords and be changing your password regularly, because now that password is out, and let's say that you use that same password for 20 different accounts. Well, the person who decides to go and buy your password and your email now have access to your password and your email for 20 different accounts. So that's why it's important to really understand cyber hygiene and change your passwords regularly, use strong passwords, not reuse your passwords, and always be able to manage them, because cybersecurity really comes against convenience, which is why a lot of people don't like it, even a lot of people within a company. I know, and we can often be seen as the bad guy because we're the ones who go behind people like, hey, did you make sure to do this? Or I would like you to do this before I approve your change, or whatever the case may be. And it comes against convenience because what we're asking people to do isn't necessarily easy. Security isn't always fun. Security isn't always easy. And it's not always convenient. So then you also want to make sure that for your accounts, especially things like your email, you're using multi-factor authentication. That could be adding the Google authentication to your phone, or turning it on so that if somebody tries to log into your account, you also get a text message, especially with all that's going on in the world. People are hacking into emails left and right. They're hacking into companies left and right. You also want to make sure you're updating your devices and applications and be vigilant on the web. And being vigilant on the web is really the main thing, because that avoids someone coming in and you're just browsing the internet and now you click on this link and your computer black screens. And then monitoring for activity that's happening, because you'll often see the signs. A sign can be your computer is slower than it usually is. A sign could be you realize that things are randomly being deleted or moved around on your computer. You never noticed that before. And now there's this random application on your computer. And one thing I don't have here is to make sure you have antivirus on your computer. And I say this because there's a lot of people who don't have it. They don't see why it's necessary. And although antivirus won't catch anything, it's a good first step. So overall, with the state that the world is in, with this pandemic and the way that hackers are still actively attacking things and people, it is just very important that we practice basic cyber hygiene. So that is the end of my presentation.
That's so funny, Marisa. Because many times happen in the past, because all my life I worked in IT, and we all know that everybody has the password under their keyboard or I remote in their computer. Oh, I gave you last week my password. I don't remember your password. I cannot have a list of everybody's password. So yeah, it's really important. And it's so nice to see that all this talk so far, they are interconnecting with each other. So there is any question there?
Arissa, I have a quick question.
Yes.
Do you recommend something for Chromebooks, or is that a different world? You talked about like antivirus software, and I wonder if is there even a concept like that for a Chromebook if you're not like on a Mac or a PC, Windows PC?
That's a good question. Chromebooks isn't really my specialty. It's not something that is used often within a lot of companies. But I believe that any computer should be able to have antivirus on it. And if you can, I would recommend it because any computer can be hacked. It doesn't really matter the operating.
Actually, the new computers nowadays, they use the fingerprint or your Apple Watch. For example, my new laptop, I can unlock it with my watch, as my phone the same, and some things like this. So I think, yes, multi-factor authentication it helps a lot, and I really enjoy it. I don't know others, but.
Okay. Any fun hacker stories?
We just put him. Oh yes, there we go.
So I have not seen fun hacker stories within my career so far, but I have seen a lot of accidents. People accidentally, actually, one company accidentally sent out software that infected a bunch of people's computers. I see stuff like that happen, but I have not come across any fun hacker stories so far. I hope someday in my career I'll be able to talk about something like, you won't believe what happened, but not yet. But I'm still really early in my career. Hopefully something like that.
There is another question there.
Do you recommend some app or service to handle your passwords? Yes. So there's this service called Password Safe. It's actually a free password management tool. You can download it on your laptop, and then you can enter the account, the website, and the password into there. There are also apps on your phone. I'm not too familiar with apps on your phone, and I've always been very skeptical of them because you don't want to enter your passwords in an unsecure app. But Password Safe is something that a lot of companies use, so it's secure and it's trusted. So you can look into that one. Is there anything specific or use any tools that you personally do to make you cyber secure? So I use multi-factor authentication. My job, we definitely use VPN to get into our work, our work network. And also, like even on Instagram, I have for it to email me somebody's trying to log in and things like that. So that like multi-factor authentication is really the most basic way to be secure. Also, changing your passwords every day. Those are things that I do to just ensure.
Even Apple phones now, they have, or iPads, they have this Apple key that you can save all your passwords and you can unlock with your eyes, with everything. I think even Google Chrome has that saved on the browser, all your passwords, and you can unlock with your computer password and see all your passwords and things like this. So, yeah. Keychain.
I would not save passwords and notes at all. So the thing about that is that a lot of times when you save it in notes, a lot of people leave their laptops open. They walk away and they leave their laptops open, which is something you're not supposed to do, because let's say you're at work and you leave your laptop open, somebody could come, do something crazy on your laptop, and now you're getting flagged down and you're getting in trouble, and you wasn't even the one who did it, but it was on your laptop and under your name. So that's the same thing with leaving it in notes. Notes is open, and anybody could come, walk past your laptop, take your passwords. So I would definitely recommend a Password Safe. That is also password protected.
Passwords should be encrypted when they are saved. You should not have it in unencrypted. I think my personal opinion.
Yeah. No problem.
Such a great presentation. Oh.
It's complicated, isn't it? It's not. It's just not as easy as it used to be. And it's funny, we were talking about like the a lot of the security stuff. You know, because we're concerned about is someone going to steal my password or. But a lot of what's happening today is we're being tricked. We're doing the thing that's bad because you know, oh, I didn't realize this wasn't my real bank website. You know, or that email, I just ordered this thing, so I totally expected to check the shipping number on it. Let me real quick just, you know, do that. Oops, you know, and it's you know, some of the convenience we expect the convenience and click through. I know that's I've done that. I did that at least one time where it burnt me, and you know, I got some fraudulent credit card charges, all because I clicked through something a little too fast.
I think there is another question from Jennifer Tran on the chat. How do password managers keep their service secure? I use LastPass. I have to sign in via an email or password.
I use LastPass. Right. So they have a team. They do have a team, and they are constantly making sure their services is up to date and protected. And then as long as you have your laptop locked, and then you have your password safe with the password, you already have a double layer of protection. And it's not to say that no one can ever get into it. You just want to practice a defense in depth approach, which means having layers and layers and layers of security. So by doing that, you ensure you have those layers so that it's less likely for you to get attacked.
You just want to make it hard, right? So hard that it's just not even worth it.
Right. Yeah. Even attacks are automated these days, but the harder you make it, that's why the longer your password is, the longer it'll take an attacker to try and fight to break it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. That's definitely such an important conversation for us all to be having with each other, is how to keep each other safe in so many different ways these days, right? You know, thanks for keeping us safe in this way with this good information.
No problem.
So we're gonna just talk a little bit about what most of you have heard already, right? Which is we're recording this. That means you get to come back and watch it later. We will post the link to all the media that we have available. We'll put it on the meetup where you signed up to attend. And let's see, our schedule is pretty good. We've been running a tight ship here, and I think let's see, who do we have up next, Linda?
We have to share the link for the next raffle, because after our next speaker, we will have the second raffle. So if someone in our team can chat the link, I think
cleared out the names. So if you Yep. So it's going to be raffle time after the next speaker. What that means is find the link that we're about to post into the chat, and probably most of you have done this before. That link, go put your name in that spreadsheet, and we will spin a wheel, and we will get some names, some winners from that spinning of the wheel, and we'll give out some prizes, right?
Yeah, and we will have a Google Home Hub, a scholarship, and we will see. So
that's right. Yeah, well, you got to wait and see. You can't give it all away, right? Yep.
Yeah. So
all right.
Our next speaker is Kate Cartini. She is a venture capitalist with a proven track record on fundraising, recruiting top founders, managing portfolio companies, promoting the firm movement, and making investment decisions. She represents a new service-oriented VC. In addition to the Chloe Capital, Kate is the CMO/COO of the Upstate Venture Connect and the owner of Peacock Media, a content marketing company that works with investors, funders, and personal brands. In these roles, Kate excels as a business coach and promoter, having connected hundreds of founders with investors. So let's welcome Kate and her presentation.
Good morning, everyone.
Welcome, Kate.
Or
It's good to have you here.
Everyone. Thank you so much. Happy International Women's Day. I suppose that's what we're celebrating right now.
Thank you.
Now, I know that I do have slides. Shall I present them? And if someone can assist me with that, I would really be appreciative.
Yeah, Linda, if you could show your screen, there's a button that you can use at the bottom of the Google Meet and to present your screen.
Here, if you hover the screen, it's in the right-hand side.
Great. I'm going to start sharing now.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh boy. I have to grant permission. So already we're messing up here.
Oh, no worries, no worries. This is just this is how it goes when we do these live events like that. We had what was it with Firefox? I think that was the issue that Arissa just had, trying to update Chrome, right? Be in the wrong browser. I finally, I personally had to do this. It took me a long time, and finally someone at work was like, go into your settings and, you know, and because it's always wanting to make sure it's not sharing your screen illegally, right? And trying to protect us from ourselves.
New feature that they added in top for the security. So I guess, and this was a new update, and everybody.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we're going to have to pivot here. I know that I've sent in my slides. So if somebody, Linda, if you would like to present them, that'd be the best option.
1 second. I will share my screen. Oh, yeah.
Happy birthday, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Hannah's title.
And happy birthday to you also. The other day was your. 1 second. I'm almost.
Jennifer will be speaking a little bit later today. She has a talk on childhood stories and our future selves. So we expect to get into Jennifer's talk a little bit later today, about 4:45.
Fantastic. All right, so this is me here. Wonderful. And if you can still hear me, so here's
you sound great.
Female founders. Right now, female founders of high growth companies receive only 2% of venture capital funding in the US. Next slide. Which really doesn't make any sense when study after study shows that companies led by women pull in more sales, exit faster, and produce greater returns for investors. What's more, experts say that if women and men participated equally as entrepreneurs, we could boost the global economy by $5 trillion. With this kind of impact and opportunity staring us in the face, we just couldn't sit back any longer. Chloe Capital is a seed stage venture capital firm, and we invest in women. The firm was founded by 4 little ladies from upstate New York to create opportunities for women on both sides of the table. Because how are female founders ever going to receive funding with so few women investors writing checks? Unleashing the power of women entrepreneurs requires action from a range of groups. That's why we set out on a national tour in partnership with foundations, universities, and corporations to raise millions for female founders together. And it all began in Hudson Valley, and we won't play this video right now, but it all began in Hudson Valley in upstate New York about 3 years ago when we invested in a woman from Ann Arbor, Michigan, a mother of 5, and she is the founder of Mi Padrino, an online event planning platform for the Hispanic community. And I had no idea, but quinceañeras, the 15-year-olds party, they're $25,000 a piece. And the padrinos are the uncles, and the uncles pay for this platform. Well, so there we are in Hudson Valley, and we gathered all of our friends, and from Ostia Angels and Portfolio and Pipeline Angels. And then we tagged some women who, some of them had never even invested before. And it was really just about teaching us all on how to invest so we could get more women entrepreneurs on bat. And Kim, she was in Ann Arbor, Michigan, with a baby bump and 4 kids at home, and no one was giving her a chance. They said, how are you going to run a company when all of those kids at home, are your kids going to be latchkey kids? Is my money going to go to pay for diapers? She heard it all. So when she came to us, she literally had $6,000 in the bank. We gave her a very small pre-seed investment of $50,000, but it was magic what happened in that room that day. Someone said, you know what? I know the founder of The Knot, and The Knot is a wedding event platform. And she said, you know, I betcha if we connected Kim with Carly, that Carly would teach her the ropes and she would open up her network and introduce her to all of her investors and her support team. And FYI, The Knot is owned by the XO Group, which is now the Wedding Wire, a publicly traded company. The Knot, the Bump, the Nest owns them all. So we played the card right. We gave her just $50,000 in pre-seed funding. But because of the relationships in that room that day, 1 year later, we were able to catalyze a $2 million seed round with Ostia Angels participating, Portfolio and Pipeline, all the people that were in that room, but also with the XO Group being the lead investor at the table, taking a board seat, making this a strategic partnership with acquisition possibilities. Now, as we head into Q3, we're looking at about a $5 million Series A, of which Chloe Capital will be able to execute our preemptive rights to participate. So that's how we're gaining real returns for our investors while being a seed stage venture capital firm. Next slide. So we're doing well. Our impact has really been extreme. In less than 3 years, Chloe Capital is doing well, or shall I say real well. We've hosted 10 programs now and made 10 investments. And our portfolio of seed investments are valued at about 60 million. We're also doing good. All of our companies are 100% led by women who range in ethnicity, and together we've helped create at least 75 new jobs. So that's led us to this crowning achievement. This year alone, in partnership with ECMC Foundation, Chloe Capital has deployed $1.25 million in capital to women defining the future of work and education. And here's how they're rising up during the pandemic. Beck is using her prefab home kits to create quarantine shelters in Seattle. Jana is a platform that helps hospitals connect to nurses. And Beth is helping hundreds of remote teams treat each other with respect and maintain productivity while they work from home. And for all of those who didn't catch our first virtual Invest in Women experience on Tuesday night, I'd like to share Chloe Capital's latest investment in Jamie Herbert. BridgeCare helps employees find and pay for childcare using pre-taxed dollars. But it's not just about the funding that is helping to make these women and companies, next slide please, a success. Invest in Women to us means so much more than writing a check. And here's why. Next slide. In fact, over 10,000 people around the world are assisting Chloe Capital by recruiting, performing due diligence, providing connections to talent, clients, and other investors. This is why Chloe Capital is being recognized as a movement to invest in women. Even celebrities call Chloe Capital the way forward. And you can participate too. Please go to chloecapital.com and sign up for our newsletters. We are not afraid to ask for help. So please be on the lookout for ways you can join our movement to invest in women. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
That's great. Wow, that's a lot of information.
so nice to see that women can succeed, and there are other women making, facilitating this role.
Absolutely.
You said early on, how did you make the connection with the first company?
So it was the power of, it was the power of our community. One of our advisors, Marta Michelle Collins, is part of the Hispanic community in Alhambra, and she knew of Kim and the impact she was having. So it's really a call to arms for us when we look for talent. We like to invest outside of Silicon Valley because there is tremendous opportunity and underrepresented voices in these external cities. And that's how we originally found Kim Gamez. She, again, had that baby bump during our due diligence process, which is about 3 months long, of doing uncover and discover investigation. So during that time, she had her baby Lucy, the fifth baby. And when we had our program in Hudson Valley, she brought Lucy with her to the program and her mother. And when we stepped out of the deliberations room, the baby was hungry, and she went to the back of the room to breastfeed. And when we announced her to give her that big silly check, she had but no choice but to throw the blanket over Lucy and come up to the front of the room. And you can actually see in the picture Lucy's little feet sticking out from underneath the blanket. And that's when we realized that it wasn't just about getting more women to invest. It was about finding the best of the best founders, female founders, based on merit, and wrapping all of our networks around them so they can succeed. Because again, invest in women really does mean so much more than writing a check. And even though we only gave her $50,000, again, because of all the connections and everyone who was willing to support her, as you saw 2 years later, she had that 2 million series seed round, and now we're getting ready for a 5 million Series A.
That's so amazing. I really admire your job and Chloe Capital job in supporting women and.
If there's someone on the attending this event and they're curious, how do they get themselves in the position of some of these other companies that you've invested in? What makes them ready?
Sure. So Chloe Capital's investment thesis is pretty cut and dry. We are definitely looking for high growth companies that have the potential to service national and international customers. All of our founders, of course, are women. It's required for us that you must have at least 20% ownership on the cap table, meaning that you are in an executive position and you're making decisions on behalf of the company. Now, this does not mean that you actually have to be a founder. It doesn't mean that you have to be a CEO. Maybe you're the CMO, CFO, COO, as long as you're in that executive suite, again, with 20% on the cap table. We also only invest in tech and tech-enabled companies because these are the companies that have the power to be pandemic-proof. And as you see from our portfolio of 10 companies, none of them are sitting on the sidelines right now. All of them have charged into the fire. They're still operating. They are doing whatever they can to help other people and even save lives during the pandemic. So that's what we're looking for. Instead of small businesses, these are high growth companies that have the potential to be acquired or even become publicly traded companies on the New York Stock Exchange.
I think we have.
Here's another question. What if people want to invest? So instead, what if you don't have a business? Arissa asks, in what ways can you get involved with the Chloe Capital and the movement? And then, which is another question.
Sure. So there is no shortages of ways that you can get involved in the movement. Right now, we've got over 10,000 people. And when I say that they're all doing something, they're doing something. It can be as little as following us on social media and tweeting. You know, there are powers in numbers and people attract people, all the way up to investing in our fund. You have to, of course, be an accredited investor to invest in the fund, and via solicitation laws, there's really not too much that I can say about that. And I know that this is being recorded, but if anyone is interested in learning more about any of the range of areas, then you can always contact me
that sounds like there's a lot of ways to be involved. A lot of opportunities there. Let's see. Jennifer has a question. Any tips for women founders to give themselves an edge when they're looking for investors?
Yes. So right now is our time, ladies. This has nothing to do with Me Too. As a matter of fact, I hate talking about Me Too, but this certainly has to do with the rise of power. And here's the deal. We are not used to being in positions of power. So in times of crisis, you see that women leaders are standing up and they're being recognized as experts of industry because this is what we've always been known to do. We haven't had any choice. We either rise up and we make it work, or we don't get a seat at the table at all. What prevents us from moving forward in the past is the fact that because we haven't had that power, we are faced with so much fear. Fear that we're not going to get asked to the prom. Fear that our husbands are going to leave us for younger women. Fear that our bosses are going to fire us if we don't put in those extra hours on nights and weekends to get that project done. So many reasons why we've been held back over the years. But again, in these times of crisis, when so many people's brains are cluttered and they just don't know where to go and what to do, you'll see that our founders, many of them with toddlers at home, some of them with husbands who are in the healthcare profession, are still running these high growth companies, raising money, servicing companies like Walmart, Deloitte, Ernst & Young, so many with babies on their hips, and they're doing this without a blip. So it is now our time. We just have to run into the fire. And those who run into the fire and make it out the other side, I promise you, based on experience, that you will receive the rewards during the next economic boom. And that normally happens on a 10-year cycle, every decade or so.
So this is there's another question, and I think this actually ties into some of the previous talks. Something that's scary about technology and software is the language, right? There's big words that you don't know, or even small words you don't know, and it's just intimidating. Someone asks, can you explain more how the different series of rounds work? Example, what's the difference between seed round, series A? And these are a lot of terms that probably should come with definitions. And that's a question from Anne-Marie.
Sure, absolutely. Hi, Anne-Marie. Love you very much. You're amazing. One of my role models for sure. So in venture capital or in investing, they like to have these rounds that really are based on what stage you are as a company. So if you're a pre-seed company, that means that you might not be generating any revenue yet. You have an idea. You maybe have a prototype, you're doing customer discovery, you're trying to get into the market. And pre-seed generally comes from your friends and family, from your local angel investors, from community foundation grants. And then once you receive that money, you take it to commercialize. Take your product and service and get it into the market so you can start generating those dollars. And that's when you hop over into a seed round. In a seed round, you could face venture capital funding like us. We're definitely a seed venture capital firm. These are smaller checks. You'll receive more smaller checks to make up the length of your round. But typically what we'll see is that people are in the market and they are generating some kind of financial return. And if they're not, they're experiencing some other KPIs or metrics to value their company. What are these other metrics? Well, it could be that last year you had 50 followers on Facebook, and this year you've got 1 million followers on Facebook. It could mean that you received a ton of press. Whatever it is, you lead with your highest and best numbers moving forward. That's why I love to say in the past 6 months alone, with ECMC Foundation, we've deployed $1.25 million of capital. And throughout our tour, just for our portfolio companies alone, we have helped them raise an additional $10 million in capital. And now you get your Series A round, and you have a monthly reoccurring revenue, annual reoccurring revenue, And it is based on those customers and those partnerships and how quickly you've been able to get from point A to point B.
That's a lot. That's great. That's really helpful information. Yep. Let's see here. We're almost out of Q&A time. I just want to make sure if anybody has one, you can squeeze it in. It looks like that was the last one in chat was the question about the Series A and that. So thank you so much for that. That was a lot of good information.
Thank you.
I hope everyone's excited hearing what's possible.
Absolutely. And I actually have one more thing that I want to share. You know, listen, we all don't have to be high growth founders to make an impact, to feel worthy, to have value within our communities. We can all do things that are creating jobs and helping other people. And as mentioned, we had our first virtual event on Tuesday. Over 600 people logged into this experience. And I've been receiving some really beautiful comments since then. But here's one I'd like to share. You know, I want to thank you for an amazing experience in watching Chloe Capital and ECMC event this week. I see incredible impact you've made on these impressive companies founded by women. What I want you to know is that not only was funding provided this week, but you planted some seeds in the next generation of women business leaders. I received an exciting email from one of my students. I just met with her the other day. She lost her internship this summer, but rather than get discouraged, she was so inspired by what she witnessed at your event that she is launching her own business this summer. Thank you for what you do. Wanted to let you know the ripple effects. So, you know, dream and you will achieve. And I just wish everyone the best of luck. Women, really, ladies, now is your time. Grab that brass ring.
Wow. Thank you so much. It's so inspiring to hear you talking. I could stay here for hours and hours and listen to you. Thank you so much, Kate. You and Chloe Capital team are doing such a great job investing in women. It's not so easy, and you make it so easy for women to do.
That's terrific.
Yeah.
So
thank you. Have a great holiday weekend, everyone.
You too. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. So next.
And now it's time for the raffle, right? And it looks like I'm looking at the raffle sheet, and I see a lot of names in there. So people have been paying attention. In case you're just jumping in right now, there is a link that we can drop in the chat, and that is for a spreadsheet. In that spreadsheet, add your name, and we will put all those names into the wheel of names. And we'll do this. We'll allow for about one more minute to get people the opportunity to get their name in there.
In the meantime, I will mention sponsors quickly. So these are our sponsors.
While we're waiting for folks to get their names in there, Linda can tell us about the sponsors and what the prizes are for this round.
Yeah,
Linda.
so for this round, we have a Google Nest Hub and a scholarship, Practicum Scholarship. So we will have today 2 scholarships of 50% to Practicum by Yandex. One second. To Practicum by Yandex bootcamps. Actually, I should start from the beginning, not from the end. Yeah. To choose from web developer, data scientist, and data analyst. The codes are valid until June 8th. So if you will be the winner, we will get in contact with you, or you can contact us in Meetup after the event, and we will get you the codes. Make sure you apply by June 8th. Practicum is a fully supportive remote bootcamp to land your job, ideal tech job. Students receive 24/7 support from tutors, code reviewers, and peers. Learn the soft skills that will get them hired and get up to the 15 real life projects to build. So here you can see how the platform is built and get an idea. Also, I shared, and I will still share in the chat, the link for all women in tech in the attendance will get the chance to join, develop her salary negotiation program to bridge the gender wage gap. Develop her and Lauren Hassan are piloting a new groundbreaking program to get underpaid women in tech access to its award-winning salary negotiation program for no upfront investment as part of its new and innovative income share program. So the beta program round 2 is available until May 31st. I already shared on the chat. I will share again the links and the codes. So can we, are we ready with the raffle? Can we take the name?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Looks like it's all settled down in there.
So I will grab all the names, put it in our, can you see the raffle screen?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Let's shuffle a little bit. First, we will do a raffle for the Google Home Hub. Let's see who is the winner.
Oh boy. Oh, I see Teresa. Is that right? Did it stop? Stop. There it is. Teresa, are you here? Can you respond in the chat and let us know you're here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
So now we will raffle for the 50% scholarship to Practicum by Yandex.
All right. Is that Akshay? Akshay. Oh, terrific.
So please contact us.
I like the clapping. Isn't that great? I know Akshay's here. He's helping us man the door right now, so that's great.
So please contact us after the meetup. On Meetup, you can send us a private message, and we will give you all the codes and everything. Or if you can send us your email address, whatever works for you, we will make sure you get your prize. And I will drop in the chat. There is another discount of 20% that can be taken by everybody. I will drop the link in the chat for Practicum by Yandex, and I will drop in the chat the Develop Her web workshop. So are we ready for the next speaker?
I think we are. Before, we'll just remind you we're recording. I think we all know that. Keeping the mics muted, that's been happening. Wonderful. The attendance sheet, if you've popped in and haven't heard about it yet, please put your name in the attendance sheet, and we'll just because we want to know who came and who visited us during this International Women's Day, the third one that we're hosting here.
I think Alona wrote in chat that her name was not in the wheel. Do you have the right link, Alona? Because we have two. We have the attendance sheet. We want to have everybody in the sheet who is attending, and who wants to be in the raffle should put their names here. It's another link. Can somebody share the link? We will have another raffle at the end.
Yeah, that's right. There's still a chance to get in. We have one more raffle that we will we'll spin the wheel one more time. All right. So again, we're going to have for each speaker, we're going to have 15 minutes that the speaker will talk, and then we'll have 5 minutes of Q&A. Use the chat to put your questions in while the speaker is speaking, and at the end, we'll present those questions to the speaker. Maybe you've heard this. Put some plus signs in front of your question if you want to ask it out loud, if you want to unmute your mic and interact with the speaker. I think one last thing to say is that we've got 3 speakers left and 1 drawing left, and that's it. So Linda, who's up next?
So our next speaker, as you can see, is Jennifer Sertel. She is the president and founder of Agility 3R, a leadership development company dedicated to strengthening strategic skills and helping leaders become more resilient, responsive, and reflective. She is the author of Strategy, Leadership, and the Soul, published by Hierarchy Press. She is currently running a social media strategies by Grit Health, Second Avenue Learning, and Excel Partners. So let's welcome Jennifer and her talk.
Okay, it'll just take me, so thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here. And it'll just take me a moment to upload my slides real quick, please. So where's the...
So let's see. I see that your slides will be on childhood stories and our future selves. And I think you'll probably give us the story on this once you're ready. But when we were discussing this earlier, I think you had a different talk in mind. Was that right? And then I think you changed to this talk instead. So we're all wondering.
Yeah. So at first, I was going to talk about social media and how to actually create a personal brand on the network. But given the situation, at least what I felt like our community needed, I really felt that it was important to have a talk that was a little bit more personal. They can't see. Okay, you can see. I think we've been having trouble.
Screen now. I see your Agility 3R.
Can you see my face though?
Yeah.
Yep, we can see that on the side.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. So we'll go ahead and go. And technology. So you can still see my face.
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool.
Good.
On mine I can't see it. So that's so yeah. So going forward, I just wanted to start that I'm originally from Denver, Colorado, and I got my degree in existential philosophy. Why I wanted to start with that is I've been waiting for over 30 years for people to understand exactly why I studied existential philosophy. Existential philosophy is about belonging. And whether you're talking about authenticating a system and making sure that you're the right person to use a device, or if in fact you are an individual trying to find out who you are versus who you were, who the crowd is, belonging and authenticity are such a big part of today. So I'm really excited to feel super relevant. And for all of you outliers out there who are doing things that people may not understand, I promise you that your time will come, which is great. So my talk really is about you and how to protect yourself from the seduction of the world, right? We're being seduced to sometimes to feel that we're not worthy or that that we're not enough. And I really hope that by the end of my 15 minutes that you have greater perspective on what you have and some strategies on how to protect yourself from some of the peer pressure and groupthink. And yeah, peer pressure and groupthink happens to people. I'm in my 50s, right? It happens to adults as much as it does to kids. And I just don't think we talk enough about it. So I'm so appreciative to have this platform. But, E. Cummings says that to be nobody but yourself in a world which is doing its best night and day to make you everybody else means to fight the hardest battle which any human being can fight and never stop fighting. And so I hope that whether you're a man or a woman, and I do hope that men are on this platform, is that, I am a mother of 3 children. I have 2 daughters and a son, and I do a lot about women and helping women get funding. But I also know that we can't go alone. We have to actually have a community of men and women working together. So that's why I have both of you represented here, which is great. So the first is that I really want you to put in your smartphone, or I have an Android, but whatever phone you have, every 6 months, I want you to put in to do an inventory of how you're doing, right? And so I think that our ability to add value is our ability to be whole. And if we're, in our ability to be healthy impacts how we make decisions. And so this is the model that I've been using for the last 30 years is what I'll call the robust vitality model. And it starts with spirituality. Spirituality is not about religion. It's just knowing that you make a difference. And I know the picture's not very good on this particular slide, but it's the idea of a leaf falling on water, making ripples. And so when you have a sense that you actually do impact systems, I think that makes you a spiritual person. Health and wellness is obviously eat and exercise, but I want you to include even more sleep. I don't know about you, but I've actually had a lot of insomnia with this the pandemic. And I've been really starting now to track my sleeping because I know that it's really important for my immune system. It's also very important for my ability to make good decisions, right? Relationships is about intimacy, and it is our relationship with our family, our relationship with our coworkers, and our relationship with our partner, or however we have it. And so these are all things that I'd like you to kind of just check in and give yourself a number 1 to 10 on each category, at least every 6 months. I don't know, at the bottom of this slide, and mine has it a little bit, oops, I have to go back up to this, is actually well-being and our ability, our pardon? I think I was hearing some background noise from my family, sorry.
You can click hide and we'll hide that menu and we can see what is on the
got it. Got it. Yeah, right.
Hide,
Because it's the meaning of life. Let's see if I can get my clicker to work here. Oh my God. It's my daughter's computer, which is why you see Hannah Thurtle's name on there. It's okay. It's emotional well-being, and that is our ability to embrace our talent without pride and our inadequacy without shame, right? Because if in fact I feel ashamed of something, I'll probably try and overshoot in something else, right? And if I'm in fact too proud, I might not be on center, and I might take things for granted, or actually might miss an opportunity, right? So it's really just about I'm amazing and I'm humble, both in the one hand. Finance, I loved one of the talks that were just 2 people ago was amazing, is that my family didn't talk about money to me. What Kate is doing with Chloe Capital is amazing. I wish that people had started talking to me about money in my 20s. It didn't really happen for me until, I had to buy a house, in my later 30s. So, and then intellect is the idea that you should have 3 muscles that you're building all the time. One being a skill in your current job that will help you add more value. One being a skill that's an emergent skill. And then one being teamwork. Because I believe collaboration and the ability to work with people, no matter what, is a skill that will always be valuable, and one that we can continue to strengthen. Now, why is it not going down, Linda? Can you help me with why it went too far too fast, and then
try to use your keyboard.
Okay, there we go. All right, so this right here is important. So when my daughter, who's 23, she actually is working at Nickelodeon. I'm very excited because she just started this week, and she's in Los Angeles. But when she was 10 years old, I drew this for her. And it was the idea that we are very complex. We have values, thoughts, beliefs, goals, fears. And if you're me, I have a little bit of coffee, right? Some caffeine, sugar. And so we've got all this brewing up in us. And then we're asked to hit the ball. And I hope you can hear that noise, right? The word decide comes from homicide, suicide, decide. Homicide is to kill someone else. Suicide is, unfortunately, to kill yourself. And decide originally comes from the root side, which means from all other possibilities. So you're actually taking away all other possibilities to make a decision. And so I really like us, to think about decision making. What we see depends mainly on what we look for. And so I really want to talk to you about how you make decisions. And that's really kind of going to be the next few slides that we see. I can figure this out. Oh, good. It's actually a roller ball, which is good. And so you really want me to see if I can figure out how to get this hide. There we go. We did it. All right. So at one point, actually, in about 2007, I came up with a sentence that really meant a lot to me. And it was the idea that our competitive advantage is the accuracy in which we scan the macro environment, right? Our ability to actually see clearly and make decisions is our ability to be competitive. And that really changed everything. My company was called Customer Service Alliance. I was doing employee satisfaction and customer satisfaction surveys. And I had an opportunity to interview Thomas Friedman, who wrote The World is Flat. And it really was a powerful interview. And from that perspective, I said, well, so what he had actually is there was in his book there was a manufacturing plant had this thing that if you were a lion you had to outrun the fastest gazelle, and it was the idea that it was about conditioning. And so a lot of people were winning, but whether or not they were number one didn't mean that they were in great condition. And so I guess that's a talk on its own. I better not get off track there. But anyway, so what this picture is that your competitive advantage is your ability to scan the environment well and how you make decisions. And I hope that means something to you. So, well, how do you practice? How do you practice your impact, and how do you do this? My first thing I'd like you to do, and I'm hopeful that you'll get a copy of these slides, and I know that you'll get access to this slide deck, and you'll be able to get my email if there's anything I can clarify for you. But in order to actually have strong, accurate framework, I ask people to take 3 words that best define them. And so there's this, obviously, a list of many words. And I don't expect you to pick out 3 words right now, but I know that you all have in mind the way that you want to make a difference in the world. And if you can turn it into 3 words, it's really going to be helpful. So for me, it's agility is resilience, responsiveness, and reflection. And so what I did is I actually, defined what those are, and then created kind of clarifying around it. So resilience is durability, flexibility, diversity, and connectivity. Responsiveness is perceptiveness, attentiveness, alertness, and adaptability. Reflection is introspection, sense-making, insight, and foresight. So when I want to sharpen how I scan, I believe that these 3 mental muscles will actually help me be a better scanner, right? Now, I don't want you to care about my definitions, but I want to ask you if you could actually take the time and find 3 words that really mean something to you, and to actually put some time and effort into defining what they are. Having that kind of clarity around who you are and what you're sharpening, it changes everything, and it's so very powerful. And then we are mirrors of one another, and so our ability actually to grow is based on our peer groups. And the challenge that I was in, and you might be in healthy environments. I was in a very unhealthy environment when I was growing up, and so what I had to do, and it's probably why I studied existential philosophy, was I had to create people that I admired in order to try and find the right kind of modeling. And so over the years, it's changed. But what I've done is usually have about 7 people that I actually will have named and put a target as to why. Why they're there. And then almost like a board of advisors, when I have a hard decision to make, I'll bring a picture of that person and put it in my wallet or something. And it actually, believe it or not, I believe that thinking of a person and the attributes that they have actually does make you stronger. So obviously, I don't think any of these pictures need any explanation. This is Brené Brown, upper right corner. The woman on the bottom left is actually Eleanor Ostrom. She was the first woman that actually got a Nobel Prize in economics, and she actually wrote about the commons and how to create governance for commons. And I do believe as the market's changing and as things are changing and as communities are becoming, it's interesting, communities are becoming more global as well as more centralized and localized. And so she's someone to study. But so what is my point for you? My request in earnest is that you again, every 6 months, kind of do an inventory on you and how you're doing relative to a holistic model. Second is that you would determine 3 distinct words that mean something to you and put some meat around it. And then the other is that you find people that model for you that way. Really powerful. And this leads to the next thing, is that to journal. I really, I'm used to speaking to, a group of people. I can see all their hands, and I can see a show of hands how many people have a journal. And I've been keeping a journal since I was 8 years old. Yeah,
we'll have time for. We're gonna do questions here very soon. So
okay. Is it almost time
if you
to
have
wrap up?
questions, go. Well, yeah, very soon. I'm just letting people know to go ahead and start adding their questions to the chat. And cool. As you close out here, we'll be ready.
Perfect. Okay, 2 more slides. So, and then I could go on to a lot of different journal exercises, but I'll kind of wait. Actually, these are so important. The only 4 questions that I need you to write in your journal are these. Where have you been? What have you learned? Where are you going? And what is required? Where have I been? What have I learned? Where am I going? And what is required? 3 distinct times in my life, I made really hard decisions, and they were all based on writing these questions down. And the hardest thing about seeing something in print is that you can't not know it, right? And I think everybody knows what that means. The other thing is that you got to be a reader. You got to read. You got to read so much. I really invite people to make a practice of reading at least a new book once a month, and try and weave in business books as well as philosophy and maybe some poetry. For the topic of women, these are the books that I think would be the most helpful for the women that I'm coaching and the people that I hope are in your platform. And then the last is my last slide, which is I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much.
That's terrific. I have a real quick question for you. What is the last book that you purchased and read?
So, the good news is it's actually not, it's fiction, and it's All the Light You Cannot See, which is a beautiful book about World War II. It's just a lovely, these kids that were 8 years old at the time the war started, and their lives intermingle, and it's so beautiful. It's All the Light You Cannot See. It's beautiful.
Your talk
Was that, I saw that stack. Was that your stack of books in the image?
Oh my God, are you kidding? Yeah, I have so many books. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I do hope people follow me on Twitter. I do a ton on Twitter, and I always put really good books out on Twitter. But yeah, so you see in this picture, you can see my bookshelves in the background. I have I have four of these little cubbies have family pictures, and then the rest are books, and they're all they're on all different types of themes.
There's people in the people in the chat had requested to see that slide again. So thanks for holding that there. I think they were curious what your book stack was. Oh, someone says they've read 2 of them. Which 2 did you read? Yeah. So hold on. We'll see what comes back there. Yeah, that's really great.
Can you present it, Jen, so it's bigger, the picture?
Oh, sure. Let me see if I can. Let's see.
In the top. In the top.
In the top. Okay, the top over here.
Yeah.
See, the trouble is that I have the mouse in. It's just since it's my daughter's computer, it's just not working that well. I'd rather have people request to get the slides, and then they can see them.
Yeah, we will share the slides.
Yep, that's we can set that up. There have been people asking for some of this information. We will put any of the content that we can on the Meetup website after the event is over. Hopefully by tomorrow you should see any of this content ready for you. So the 2 books that were read was A Whole New Mind and The 6 Hats.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very good. Very good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. A couple of us were blown away by the idea, by the origin of
decision.
Oh yeah, decide. It comes from side. You're right. To kill all the possibilities. That's right.
It was neat.
Yeah.
That's right. It is.
Yeah. Oh, that possibilities. I wrote down options, but it's possibilities. That's even better. I like that.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
6 Thinking Hats. That's the book. I'm sorry.
And I think that the hardest part is that if you know.
Okay, so let's do.
If you know how you make decisions.
Oh, go ahead. What's the hardest part?
No, it's just that if people have decision-making criteria, they're not overwhelmed. It's that so many people are trying to belong in these systems that their decision-making criteria isn't internal. And literally, while the decisions are harder, making the decisions are easier with this three value process. So I could go on and on. So I'll be quiet.
So much.
Okay, well, no, I think that's a great way to end it. We're right on time. We've been doing really well, everyone. So I'm just going to say a couple of things. Many of you probably have this memorized. You'll say it along with me. Thanks for keeping your microphones muted. We are recording this. So at the meetup, you should be able to get this recording later, along, like we were just saying, with some slides and maybe other content that the speakers will provide for us. We've had a lot of great sponsors, and coming up. After
I think you are breaking up, Chad. I don't know if it's only for me. Can everybody hear?
I'm curious. Can you tell us about our next speaker?
He's breaking up for me also. Just
Okay. So, but
Sorry about that.
Can you hear me good?
You sound good to me.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So our next speaker is Becca Kennedy. She has a PhD in human factors psychology. She is the co-founder of Kenason, a UX company in Albany. She leads UX research and strategy with clients local and worldwide. She lives with her husband, 4 cats, and many shelves of books and records. So I see that every talk here is interconnected with the other one. And we didn't arrange anything. It's just a coincidence. So welcome, Becca.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda and Chad and all the organizers for helping things run smoothly. And yes, I do have some connections with other talks within mine, which is always nice. So I can't see the chat, so if anything goes wrong, just feel free to interrupt. But I'll be talking about using deep skills in a small city. And by deep skills, I mean specialized skills. And by small city, I mean maybe the capital region, for example. And I do
will make the voice for the chat. So if anything happens in the chat,
okay.
You will be your voice.
No worries. I appreciate that. And I want to start with a little bit of a disclaimer that obviously we are living in strange times. And, you know, for one thing, I want to mention that working in technology, we do have some privileges that other people might not. And I actually first wrote this talk in the weeks immediately before COVID-19 got really bad. And I had expected to share these thoughts at a conference in Bergen, Norway in mid-March, which didn't happen. So everything I'm talking about today does feel a little bit different than it did before. So I wanted to acknowledge that and also mention that I'm only really an expert in my own personal experiences. So I'm not intending to give advice that is, you know, applicable to every person out there, but rather just to start conversations. So given the current pandemic, our tech careers might be changing a little bit. So we might have been reevaluating what's important to us or been thinking about who or what we can help with our skills. Some of us might have even lost our jobs or feel uncertain about our jobs, but you know, I want to remind us that maybe not as drastically, but it's true that our career plans have probably always been changing somewhat. And, you know, this lines up with actually some stuff Jennifer was talking about and making purposeful, intentional decisions. You know, growing up when you're young, sometimes if you're in, you know, a comfortable and safe environment, you have that luxury of dreaming an imaginary, wonderful life that you will have in the future. So you might think at some point you can do it all. So you imagine living, you know, a bunch of different places and traveling a lot and maybe having a bunch of different jobs and maybe having kids and a house, an apartment, or a farm. And as we experience life, of course, we start to make choices, or sometimes choices are made for us. So for example, we may have imagined ourselves living in a big city, but then that ends up not really aligning with the rest of our life. So you might notice that a lot of career advice that exists really focuses on people who live in big cities or those making a move to one, especially for tech careers and especially for specialized tech careers. And this advice assumes that you have some choices, like access to relevant education to develop that specialty, or access to big companies and being able to commute to these companies for internships or entry-level jobs, or those networking events that happen in big cities every night of the week and are huge. I prefer our networking events, which are much smaller and cozier. But the point is that there are a lot more career options in tech if you live in one of those metropolitan hubs that are full of big companies. So to give a little bit of background on my career journey is I'm from this area, but I did move away for a while. So I spent most of my 20s developing some deep knowledge and specialized skills through a PhD program. And the reason I had to move for that is there was no real option locally or regionally to learn about human factor psychology or user experience or any of that human technology interaction stuff that I was really starting to become interested in. So I learned a lot really quickly, and that was great for my career, but the trade-off was that I spent years living somewhere that I didn't actually like very much. And, you know, I lost touch with some people, and, you know, of course there were financial impacts of making very little money as a student, but I realized that these were sacrifices I didn't really want to continue making. So I moved back here. So I've been building my life in Albany since 2014, which I love. I'm very happy here. I love our community. And I've been planting my roots like hard, like this is where I live now. But job prospects were not really great for me here. You know, and it has slowly improved since 2014. But still, there's not really much demand for my skills, even though they're valuable elsewhere. So my solution is that I'm self-employed, which has not been easy. It's taken years to really like feel super successful, not super successful, adequately successful with it. And the way it works is I work remotely a lot of the time. So I do have some local clients and I love them, but I do work with a lot of companies who aren't here, a lot of bigger companies. And I do some travel for work and travel for conferences. And that's how I make it work living where I live. So this is not a talk about remote work, but it does seem like for a lot of us who live outside big cities and have some of those more specialized skills, that remote work may be the answer. And even before COVID-19, remote jobs were becoming common for designers, developers, writers, researchers, anyone, especially in tech, who doesn't need to actually physically report somewhere to get their work done. And I would say, in fact, many of us actually thrive in our own physical spaces. And since the pandemic, of course, remote work has only become more of a conversation. You know, a lot of huge tech companies and small ones are considering staying totally remote after things get relatively back to normal in the world. But working remote has its benefits. So it helps you build kind of a wider network that is different than the kind of network you might be building in your own small city. So you can connect with those other specialists in a way that you might not be able to where you live. And it also sometimes helps you earn an income that matches your expertise a little better than your local area might be able to. So I have some suggestions for taking advantage of remote opportunities if you don't live in a thriving hub. Like I said, the first is remote jobs. So working in tech, there's a good chance you can find remote full-time positions or contractor, part-time, or freelance positions where you can use your skills from wherever you are. You can also create that wider support system. I like using Slack and Twitter for that. There are other places to do that. But you can connect with people all over the world who have the exact same interests as you and learn from one another, and it's wonderful. You can also be a part of national or international organizations or contribute to these national or international publications. So either really as a contributor or a consumer of this information, it's a way of staying on top of whatever's happening in your specialty. And these days you can find a lot of remote conferences, kind of like what we're doing today. Hi. And some of it is born out of the real impossibility of traditional in-person gatherings, but hopefully it's a trend that continues. So it seems like remote work is a really great way to kind of level that playing field regardless of your location. So Is that all we need to do? I wouldn't be giving this talk if that's what I thought. I feel a disconnect when I'm doing too much that's focused on companies and partners and things that are not local. So I'm happiest when I'm working locally with other people who are in my, neighborhood, and we're making a difference at home. So I think it's important to participate in the local economy and culture. I think it's important that we help push ourselves forward where we live. So what about your own small city? It's easy to get caught up in bigger remote opportunities, but we should still have some pride in where we live, right? So I believe in taking the things we learn, so those things afforded to us by the remote networks and connections and jobs, and bringing it back to where we live. I also think we can take the unique things about where we live or who we are and share that back with the world to a global audience. And small cities sometimes have trouble kind of attracting people and keeping talent. And that becomes a cycle because we end up maybe leaving our hometown or where we might really want to live for opportunities elsewhere. And then we don't really make things better for ourselves or the people coming up after us. So my suggestions for contributing locally, based on my experience, is figure out what the community cornerstones are for where you live. So within your community, maybe it's education or healthcare or history or tourism or horse racing. What makes your city unique, and how can you lean into that uniqueness? You can, of course, use your skills to assist nonprofits and small organizations, which is something I've been trying to do more and more. At the very least, they probably have websites that need a lot of love. And that's something that we can help with. So you can sometimes offer your tech skills at a discount or free of charge, depending on whether they have a budget, and make a difference for organizations who are making a difference at home. Teaching or mentoring is a huge one. So you can organize presentations, workshops, courses, whatever it is to teach those specialized skills to others in the area, or mentor people who are local and have an interest in your specialty. If it's in your wheelhouse, you can participate in culture initiatives. So by that, I'm talking about like local public art or local magazines to be part of what already exists. Or if there's something you want to exist that doesn't exist yet, you can try sparking something new. So that can be something like a meetup, but it can be something smaller like a book club. Because you never know where those communities might lead or who else might become inspired to do kind of the next good thing. So the point I'm trying to get across is that remote opportunities and technology really open a lot of doors for us. But instead of only relying on connecting with people who are far away, I would encourage us to continue to spark new communities at home, where we can bond and work together and be involved locally. And I think today is a very good example of that, of a bunch of us coming together who don't have the same skills or specialties or maybe interests, but here we are connecting with one another. And last thing I want to say is, in the spirit of sparking something new, I want to make a quick announcement on the launch of a labor of love by myself, Crystal Hinckley, and Sarah Alriad, which is a new organization. It will be the Albany chapter of a global group called Hexagon, or Hexagon UX. So we have been very sidelined by COVID-19. But the Albany chapter of Hexagon will be a community for women and non-binary folks who work in user experience or related areas, including design, development, product management, anyone who's involved with creating things for people to connect and support one another. So we don't have our in-person kickoff meeting scheduled yet, or I should say we don't have it scheduled anymore because it was supposed to be in April. But that's going to be happening. And in the meantime, you can find us on social media very soon to stay in the loop. We're right in the midst of putting it all together, but definitely wanted to share that with you all. And that is all I have for you. Thank you so much for your attention and for hanging out on a beautiful sunny day.
That's so
That was great. No, thank you. We have some questions in the chat, and I want to give people an opportunity to go ahead and place their questions in there. Remember, if you want to ask it out loud, just put some pluses. One of the questions, well, I have one, and then there's another one in here. But my question is, your degree is what's the title again? What's it called?
Oh, sure, yeah. It's called Human Factors Psychology. And so I'm a psychologist, like first and foremost, who works in UX. So it's all about understanding how people interact with technology or with systems, and then designing better technology and systems for those people.
This sounds like like a more psychology version of human-computer interface. Is that
yeah?
Thank you. Okay, cool. The question is, I have a friend who is getting his master's in human systems engineering, but because of COVID-19, the opportunities to intern have become limited, of course. What are some recommendations of groups in your industry to connect with about remote opportunities?
That's a good question. And whoever this is can definitely email me to follow up, and I might be able to think of more things. But the User Experience Professionals Association, UXPA, is a really great resource for, it used to be called the Usability Professionals Association. So it's like, you know, the bigger picture of human-computer interaction and everything surrounding that. They're a good resource. They have a really great mentorship program that I participate in. So that might be a good place to start. I know I really feel for people who are like graduating right now or trying to get internship experience, and a lot of those things are kind of getting cut. So I know it's definitely a challenge, but email me and I'm happy to help out more specifically.
I really enjoyed your talk, Becca, because if I heard the other day that Twitter actually decided after the pandemic to allow their employees to continue to work remote full-time if they wish, and many other companies are moving there. Actually, we needed a pandemic to show that we really can go remote. I was doing remote because I'm an immigrant. I'm born in Romania. I moved in Italy. I moved in the United States, and I used all the remote things that now we are using it. We are giving it for granted. At the time, it was only for personal things. So, I started to work when I was in Italy, remote, traveling all Italy and things like this. And I'm so happy to see that nowadays we can do it comfortably from our house, and we can be productive where is all our ambient. So I totally agree. I totally think it's own speech.
Yeah, it's an interesting time.
I have a question in the chat. If you're working from home, put a plus in the chat if you would want to work from home forever. Put a minus in the chat if you're ready to get back to, you know, where your current workspace is. You don't have to. I'm just curious. You know, you'll have to go look and see what I'm putting in the chat.
Be plus all the way. Plus me.
So far, the leaning is going one way so far in the chat. I think not everybody though. We got some people that want to get back. Yes, that's fair. Oh, and a mixed. That's awesome. I got a plus and a minus. Right. I feel that. I feel that throughout the day. It's a roller coaster. In the morning, I love it, and then at some point during the day, I love it less, and then I think around the end of the day, I love it.
Because you have your independence. I'm not a morning person, so I like to work until 5 o'clock in the morning and go to sleep when people start to wake up to go to work. So I think remote gives you many, and you can be productive when you are productive. You don't have to wake up 7 o'clock in the morning and sleep in your chair all day long.
Yeah, I agree.
There's one last question that we can squeeze in before we have to move on, and that is, how do you find clients out of the region? You know, especially
So the way I find clients has been through that network that I've cultivated with other UX consultants who do the same thing I do. So it started by, I was working with local clients and doing what I could do here, but I was getting introduced to like the national, international companies through people who had too much work and couldn't handle it all. So they were looking for someone to help out. So I would come in, and from that, just making more and more connections. And that's how it works for me. Sometimes, depending on if there's like a good Slack group for whatever your industry is, people also share opportunities. If someone's looking for a freelancer or looking for a contractor for something, and that can be a good way to meet people.
And the meetups, many times I saw that people in our group find jobs because they met other people in our group. So it's always a way to get to know the jobs out there and the remote online.
Well, thank you, everyone.
I really enjoyed all the talks today, all interconnected and so nice. So are we going to the next? I have to share my screen. So next, if someone can share again the list for the...
Yep, our last speaker for the day is coming up next. Yeah. Before that, though, you guys know the drill. We're going to have a raffle after this next speaker. And what you can see here is the link to the sheet. I think you're all, most of you, unless you've just joined, I think you know how this works. Click on the link, go in there, find a spot to put your name in, and we'll spin the wheel of names after this next talk, and people will win prizes. Linda, how many prizes do we have left?
We will have a Google Home Hub again. We will have a Google Nest Mini, and we will have a scholarship for Practicum by Index, and of course the Develop Her program for who would like to join. I will share throughout the workshop today. I will share the links on the chat for who is interested. And of course, you can contact with us through Meetup after the event, and we can give you the details. Or I will send an email as usual with all the links, and who would like to connect can always go in. And also, if you go in the Meetup, there is a link to see our speakers. If you go there, in that link, you can go in the webpage that we prepared, and you can connect. I will show you quickly. You can connect with all our speakers, and here is the link, meet our speakers, and it will take you to this page, and you can connect with all our speakers on my screen. And of course, if you like with our sponsors, you can click, and it takes you to our sponsors. So let's go now to the next speaker, right? So our next speaker is Anne-Marie Lennessy. In 2008, Anne-Marie co-founded Grain Tree Technology, a New York State's certified woman-owned business enterprise. And in 2016, she founded Albany Can Code, an organization dedicated to helping talented local people from all backgrounds to find pathways to employment in the regional technology sector. She serves on the boards of Albany Can Code, WMHT, and the Capital Region Chamber. Actually, last year, I joined myself one of the courses that Albany Can Code offered for the JavaScript frameworks for the backend. So I will I will welcome and let Anne-Marie tell us more about her talk.
Awesome. Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay? Am I good?
Yeah.
Sound great.
All right. Let me get my slides up. 1 second here. See, I have the button that says Linda Kovacs is presenting. Oh no. Oh, you
can take over. You can take over.
Let's see your entire screen. Okay, I'm taking it over, Linda. Here we go. Can you see? Let's see. Can you see the slide I have here? Everybody see now? Albany King Code logo?
Nope, not seeing it. We're seeing the big grid view.
Okay.
No, not yet.
All right. 1 second. Let me try again. Worked flawlessly in our test.
I know we did. For those who are watching now, we had some fun practices. But you know, it's a live demo.
Come on, share the contents of your screen. Okay, share. Oh, golly, it's grayed out. It's not letting me share. That's a weird one. So, Linda, I emailed the slides to you.
Yeah, okay.
In case there were trouble. I was seeing our earlier presenter, and I was hoping the same wasn't going to happen. Could you pull those out of your email? Because it's not allowing me. It's saying the share button is actually gray, and it's not letting me click it.
Okay.
Yeah, that happened. That's happened to a few of us. It's you never know when that's going to pop up.
Oh, let's see. Let me see. It's turned blue on me again. Let's see if I'll try one more time.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
how about this?
You got it.
Oh, phew. Okay, awesome. All right, so let's see. All right, so my name is Anne Marie Lannacy. It's awesome to be here with all of you. I've been here most of the day, and it's been really wonderful, and I really have enjoyed most of the presentations. So I'm just going to walk through my slides pretty quick, and I'm just going to give a warning that if you just give me a hook if I start to go on a little too long, because I get really excited to talk about this stuff. So, or just shout because I have my screen up and I can't actually see you giving me the hook. So just say, Anne Marie, okay, it's time for you to wrap. And hopefully you won't need to, but just giving you that heads up. So here's just to start some photos of some of the wonderful faces of our friends from Albany King Code. And I'll tell you a little bit how we got to be as an organization. So my background is I have a software company that I started in 2010, actually. So almost over a decade now, which is kind of wild. It feels like it was just a couple of years ago. I started it with my husband in 2008, and it was around 2009 that we really got it off the ground. And you know, I don't tell this part of this a lot, but I'll tell it here, which is that part of the reason why I started that company was because I had advanced in the company that I had worked for. And I just saw that, you know, there really wasn't going to be much further advancement for me there. I had started a division. It was a small company, you know, family-owned kind of business. It had a couple of offices in 2 different states, but still pretty small. And I just started to notice the, you know, the fact that I was the youngest, I was a woman at my level, and I did start to question the pay gap that I was experiencing. So at that time, I thought, you know, I loved my boss, I loved everybody I worked for, but I did just sort of see the limits of my abilities there. For the wage that I knew I was capable of achieving elsewhere. So I thought, you know what, it's time for me to go out on my own and start a company. So that's what I did. I started a software business when I met my then just colleague who worked down the hall and now turned husband and business partner. Our business is actually older than our marriage, which is kind of cool. This view you're seeing here is a look out the window of our office in downtown Troy. And if you see, there's a person walking across the street there. And it was at this office that I had the aha moment to start Albany King Code. So I had hired a developer that had a 4-year degree from one of the local top tier computer science engineering programs. And I also, Susan Lundberg, many of you know, she came to me, she, you know, was a recruiter, and she said, I have a guy who's never been to college. He works in a kitchen at a burrito bar on Lark Street, and he's interested. You're looking for Ruby on Rails developers. He's taught himself Ruby. He's only been learning for about 2 months, but would you have interest in giving him like an internship experience? And she said, you know, you talk a lot about building pathways for people, because at that time I had been talking about it for quite a bit. I had been talking just about the fact that I was still noticing that there were so few women in the seats I sat at and the rooms I was in. And just, you know, she said to me, would you be willing? And I said, yeah, I would love to, because we can't find other Ruby developers here. It was either hire him or it was going to be a guy that we were about to put a job offer to out in Idaho. Speaking of remote work, which now it's a whole different conversation, but at that time he was the only Ruby guy that we were, you know, coming across. And so we offered this guy an internship, and he sat next to this guy that had the 4-year degree. And I quickly noticed that he was not only keeping up, but he was in some cases speeding past him on some of the projects he was on. And I realized at that moment, watching the two of them side by side, looking out my window, seeing people on the corner of Broadway and 4th Street in Troy, and realizing that there are people all over our communities. They have the aptitude for tech sector work, but they have no idea they have it in them because there's nobody who's ever really taught them. And that still is the case pretty much through to today, unfortunately, because the schools pretty much are not quite there yet either. They're still not, maybe things are going to start to change now with our move to virtual and remote and all of the work, all of the things we've just experienced. But there is no really standardized curriculum or curriculum at all in the schools here in New York State and in many states across the country. So kids are still not getting, it's kind of spotty, hit or miss what they're getting in school. So a lot of adults don't know it and a lot of kids coming up don't know it. And it just occurred to me that, people can do this work. And off we went. So we started a little pilot program and we got a small grant. I knew right away that it was meant to be an independent 501c3 that was not going to have anything to do with the work that I was doing in my software business. And off we went. We had 75 people apply. We accepted 12 and 9 completed the initial cohort. That was back in 2016. And here we are 20 years later, or 4 years later, and I don't know where 20 just came from. Oh, that's funny. Here we are 4 years later, and almost 200 people have gone through our program at this point. So a lot of the reason why I really felt so passionate about this work was because, like I said earlier, I didn't see a lot of faces like mine. And as a woman in tech, I often thought about not only the women, but where are the people of color? Where are the people that are coming from challenging economic backgrounds? We have a lot of tech companies that are saying they're having a hard time hiring. We have an awful lot of people that, could potentially fill these jobs. So off we went, and we've been enjoying every second of it. So we teach a few things. We teach hard coding skills, we teach soft skills, and then job skills. So we teach people things like resume writing, interview techniques, and then all the hard language skills that the local employer network that we have cultivated is looking to hire people for. So here's just a little breakdown of how the classes work. So they're basically 12 weeks, up to 20, but a good average class size is around 12 to 15. We have instructors that are working technology professionals in the field. So not the traditional, in a college setting, you have people, their job is to be, instructing. Most of our instructors are folks that actually have day jobs working in technology and want to do it because they're passionate about teaching others. And then we work with partners that provide funding for people. So a big part of our mission is finding people that may not have the funds to pay to go through, teaching themselves or going into a new career. So we partner with a lot of different organizations to help fund people. I'm proud to say that 70% of our students are funded through tuition scholarships and have paid nothing to go through the program. Down in the bottom, you see just our course catalog. So we've developed like 6 or 7 different curriculums at this point. These courses have been developed in partnership with local employers, and they've been in response to the needs that local employers have told us they're hiring for. Because we love teaching and training people new skills, but what we really love even more than that is seeing them go into employment and get jobs that come out of this. So like I mentioned, we partner with different funders that provide access to our programs. We also partner with the local community college and BOCES system. So our classes are sort of run in partnership with community colleges and their workforce offices. So that's really nice because they have a reach as well, and they can reach people that we may not, just through our word of mouth and our marketing that we do. You see at the bottom, you can see some of the faces of students that are in our classes. On the bottom right-hand corner, we had Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul come to our class about a year ago, which was really exciting for us. And she gave a little talk about what the technology sector is like all across the state, but out in her region where she lives, out in the Buffalo region. Some of our partners, here you see SUNY Schenectady, SUNY Adirondack, Hudson Valley Community College. We're now actually also partnering with SUNY Ulster down in Kingston with an expansion we're about to launch this summer. And then SUNY Empire State College is now a new partnership for us, and they are reviewing our programs so that students who have gone through our programs can get college credit for the courses that they've gone through for us. If they are going on for continuing education or a degree, they can use that towards the degree, completing a degree, which we're really excited about. These are some of our K-12 partners. We do some work in schools. I'm not going to get into that a ton today, but we have a whole bunch of programs running in schools all across the Capital Region. And these are just some partners that we work with that help us. Workforce Development Institute was one of the seed founders of our organization, or seed funders, when we were founding the organization. They've been a great support to us. Saratoga County Prosperity Partnership brought us up to Saratoga County and Center for Economic Growth. So this is one of the exciting slides I like to share. About a year ago, we started looking back, like we were just hearing these amazing off the charts stories from our students about like what their jobs were like, what their wage growth was. We had one individual that had been cleaning floors. His job was, on the night shift at a big box retailer. And he came through one of our early, I think it was our first backend class, which is Ruby and her friends. Ruby on Rails was one of those early classes we were teaching. And he went on, got an internship. In his internship, I think he was paid like maybe $15 or $20 an hour for the summer. But he was so excited to get that because it was his first tech experience. And then they offered him a full-time job. I think his starting salary was going to be around $55,000. And then he said, I have another job offer. And today he's making 80 grand as a Salesforce applications engineer. And this is another example of a person who had never gone to college to learn this stuff, but just took a couple of our courses. So we're excited and super proud of that. So we launched a survey to ask our students, so what are you doing now? It's really hard to people go out in the world and we sort of lose track of what they're doing. And this is just a slide of where we're at in terms of what people have reported back to us, the wage growth. And this is just the students that have reported back. But of those students that have reported back to us, they're seeing on the median is $17,000 pay jump from where they were prior, which is really, really quite exciting for us. Here's a little breakdown of where this is falling in terms of different demographics. So, it is, as you see here on the top, women, unfortunately, are trailing behind men. I was really disappointed when I saw this and started to, actually, I just got a warning that my battery's going to die. So let me just walk over here and plug in my computer. Sorry about that. There we go. Now you won't lose me. But we're really excited that people of color are actually receiving they're meeting their white counterpart or beating their white counterparts with a $18,000 roughly pay jump over the $17,000 median that I mentioned. Veterans are at the $31,000. We're so excited about that. We've had several veterans come through our program that came to us unemployed. And we have a scholarship program that is dedicated to putting veterans through our program. So we're really excited about that as well. Oh, sorry about that. Jumped a couple slides there. So here we have just, the breakdown of the different demographics that are coming through our classes. You can see down in the corner, we have about 55% of our students are male, about 47% are women. We're really working very hard to find more women and people of color and people coming from backgrounds that may be underrepresented normally in the tech sector. So we, if you can spread the word at all, that's really what we're looking to do. Like I mentioned, we have specifically also targeting veterans, trying to help veterans that are coming out of working in the military and getting back into the workforce. They face many barriers that I was unaware of prior to starting this work. So this is, we get this question a lot. How do you know if you'd make a good coder? And what we tell people is you like to problem solve, not necessarily just being good at it, but you actually enjoy it. Because this is, as most of you know, this is something, problem solving is basically probably one of the most important skills that you actually do enjoy solving problems all day long. Because anybody who's worked in IT for any period of time, you have to come to learn that there's problems always, everything breaks, and you have to find the joy in that almost like all day long and all the time. And if it's not the thing you're going to love to do, IT may not be for you. Finding patterns in the big picture, finding an answer, even if it takes time. So patience, diligence, learning, people that, have those qualities and traits, we find that will be very successful in our programs and in the tech sector. Do you believe that learning is about getting better, not always about being perfect? That there's more than one way to do a right thing. Anybody who does do development knows that there's 1,000 ways to solve a problem. And some ways maybe quicker, shorter, smarter than others, but there are definitely many ways you can, many angles on how to solve something. And that every skill is something that can be improved. These are just some of the things before people apply. Typically, you need to have basic computer skills. It would be pretty hard to come into one of our classes and not know how to use a computer. And I'll get into something a little more on that in a slide or two. I actually should have probably looked at my clock. I should have had that handy just to make sure I'm not running terribly too long. I'm probably getting close to the end here. So
you got a minute or two,
great.
And then we can open it up to questions.
Awesome. Okay, so that's good because I am at the end, and I'll go quick through these next couple slides. So right now we have classes. our summer cohort application open right now for our front-end web development class. And also we're teaching this summer, we are doing, what is the second class? I think it's, why am I blanking on it? Oh, Python for data analytics. This is our second run of our Python class. We just did it in the fall, in the spring, and it was really, really successful. So we're doing another run of that. Most critical is our employer network. So many of the employers represented as sponsors and hosting today. Thank you to the Janelle Group, Troy Web Consulting. We have employers all across the Capital Region that are supporting this work by sending mentors into the classroom, working with our students, reviewing their resumes, coaching one-on-one, coaching in the classroom, like I mentioned, meeting on our employer network. We could not do this work without them. We have over 50 companies right now in the network. Here's just one of our students. I won't read through Jamal Taylor's awesome quote. Jamal was a student of ours. He's now working as a developer and also one of our instructors for our JavaScript. Linda knows Jamal well, and he's fabulous. And just real quick, we're doing virtual digital literacy right now because we know the situation people are in facing this work from home. If you can't, if you don't know how to use a computer, if you don't know how to do what we're doing today, you can't actually access any of this. So we have doubled down on our digital literacy programming, and we're now offering virtual digital literacy for people in partnership with counties. So if you know of anybody that really could just use basic digital literacy computer skills, we're teaching that too, because we know people still may have the aptitude. We just have to get them there. And it may take longer, but we get that. We do see people coming out of our virtual digital literacy classes going into our workforce classes, which is awesome. I'll skip a little through this. Last but not least, we're expanding. We've had calls from all across the state of New York and beyond. And our first expansion region, we're working in the Hudson Valley down in Kingston, and we'll be launching this summer a program down there. So I hope I didn't go too long. I hope Chad isn't just being polite because I actually didn't get a check in, but that's it. If anybody has any questions, I'm certainly here to answer any if there's a minute or two.
So real quick, Hamida loved one of the slides, but I wasn't sure which one it was. She says, love the slide. I've been waiting. No, I'm sorry. I've been learning how to code, and it validates what I'm doing and why I want to transition into this new domain. It's the slide which talked about why you should code. And why you're
that one maybe about what traits you might have, what you might look for. How do you know you're a good coder? That one?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yep, that's the one.
Great. Yeah, I can share that, send that to you if you're interested.
Yeah, that's nice. Reaffirming for some people. So one thing that's really neat, some of our sponsors, right? You talked about Janelle Group and Troy Web. Of course, we've been working together with Albany Can Code and the Center for Economic Growth. There's in this Albany area, there is an apprenticeship that several folks have been working together to make happen. And there's a few people in there, and one of them really has this story, as you know, where they didn't have the college degree, but they were interested in technology, and they entered this apprenticeship through different companies. And then Albany Can Code was able to come in with the instruction that the state required in order to keep the program up to standards. I don't know if you wanted to chat any about that, but it seems there's so much going on in this space, right?
Yeah. The state has a great program right now for apprentices, and any company can take advantage of this. There's actually tax credit. It actually pays for the funding for the students, and you can have incumbent workers, which is workers that are already on a team, get training through this, and you can have new hires come through the program. So we just come through our first year. I think we had 3 apprentices go through the program. It was really, really wonderful to work with both Troy Web, Janelle Group, and MVP Healthcare. So thank you definitely for your support on that.
That's so.
Yeah, that's great.
Can I ask you a question for the attendees? Do you plan to do anything after the COVID online, or only digital literacy?
Yeah, so it looks like this summer, what we're going to do is start our classes online because we haven't yet, education institutions haven't gotten the go-ahead to open their facilities. They may. It seems like things are starting to trickle and things are starting to open up. But as of today, we don't know, and we just decided we can't wait and we can't not know, and we need to keep going forward. And so we're offering what we know will be courses this summer, and they, like our traditional courses, may fully be online if that's all we're able to do. If not, they will start online and they will move into a hybrid mode, which will be half online, half in person as we're able, and if we're able to meet in groups. I know right now it's 10 is sort of the limit, and we just heard that just recently, so we haven't kind of wrapped our heads around that. But we also know people aren't comfortable meeting in groups, and for those people, we don't want to exclude them, and we want to provide a way for them. So we're going to definitely have a virtual option going forward.
So women in attendance today, they can apply and see if they get approved to your program at this point, right?
Yeah, the application is up on our website, albanykincode.org. Yep, and we have scholarship funds to pay for people to go through the program, which is the most exciting part.
So take advantage of it. So many opportunities today, as I see in our event. Everybody throwing all these amazing opportunities. Any other questions in chat, Chad? Can you check?
I don't see any questions. Some people commenting on how we're very fortunate to have all these opportunities in our area. We'll give another minute for questions. Also, get ready because another raffle is happening. The schedule, because we're nearly done, right? We've made this event happen, and we're coming close to conclusion, but we're not done yet because we haven't given away the final prizes. And right before we do that, we have just a few announcements. So we're going to make you listen to a few things. Linda's going to actually tell you about some neat things. After those announcements, we're going to spin the wheel a couple more times. So I think, let me check. Let's do this real quick. Let's make sure we have that raffle sheet. I'm going to clear it out. I hope you didn't just put your name in because I'm wiping it clean. Here I go.
Yeah, so if someone can share the link on the chat for the raffle tree. Chad, you will clean out the raffle. If somebody put before the name, try to put it again. We wasn't so organized, evidently. Here is what we are raffling. We will have a Google Home Hub again, a Nest Mini, and a scholarship to Practicum by Yandex, which is a online bootcamp. And we have some announcements. So next month, in a few days from now, you can join Women Tech Network on a mission to bring 100 women minorities and their allies in science and engineering together online to discuss things that matter and drive change with purpose and impact. And this will happen on June 10 until 12 virtually at Women Tech Global Conference 2020. This will be the largest virtual tech conference and celebration for 100,000 women, to providing inspiration and enabling network opportunities and collaboration on what matters most in times of uncertainty. And they have limited free admission. I already shared on the chat the link, so please feel free to take advantage of this global conference. There will be many job opportunities. You can connect with the companies and so on. Our next chat, do you want to talk a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, I can talk about this. We actually, I would suggest going to our meetup site. That's the place to really find out about not only this Flutter event I'm about to talk about, but all the events that we will have moving forward. You can find those on the meetup site. And you know about that because you probably came to this event through the meetup site. What we have coming up is this Flutter Study Jam. And real quick, Flutter is a language that lets you quickly write apps for mobile devices. We'll just limit it, keep it to that. We've had several of these Flutter events, and what a study jam does for you is it really helps you come in with zero to low knowledge, and by the time you're done with the study jam, you will have created some code and probably run an app on either a mobile device or an emulated mobile device. So that's really neat. We've done this several times, And Linda, do you remember with this one? Is it also a badge? Will you if you complete it? Are they not this one? Okay.
No,
Yep.
no. Actually, this year, Google launched even the Flutter for Web. So not only you will build apps for Android and iOS, you will build this with the same code a website. So you will not need 3 different teams to work in the code, but simply one team that can interact together and give life to your apps with only one line code. And on June 9, we will have Nilay Ener from Google, which is a program manager for Flutter and Dart developer relations. And she will join us to talk Flutter. She's also known as the mother of dashes. I met her in New York City last year at Flutter Interact. We had lots of fun, and I can really tell you we will have a lot of fun. So please join us. You will hear from her talking about Flutter, and we will walk you through a code lab.
If you're a new programmer, if you're new to code, that's a great. You shouldn't be afraid of that. That's a good place to start if you're new to code. They're also really good if you've been coding for a long time and you just haven't been in the Flutter space. So maybe you've done Java development, or pick your flavor. If you want to get a sense of how Flutter feels and how it works, these workshops are really great because you can just step into a web tool and start coding with a project that's already there for you. I know Linda and I learned this the hard way, right? Linda, we had a couple of Flutter events early on where we needed to do sort of everything. We kind of needed to get people's computers up and running and software. But so I hope you are not afraid by that Flutter event, because it's really good for people coming into the language new.
Actually, the installation was really simplified, and now we have other code sandbox online tools that are run in the browser that you can take advantage, like Dartpad and CodePen that run Flutter. And you don't have to worry if your computer doesn't work. You can still work through with us through the code lab and see if you like it, if it worked for you, and after you can go to install Flutter and Dart in your environment. And we will have another workshop coming up on June 23rd. I Am Remarkable workshop, which improved the motivation and self-promotion skills of women and unrepresented groups, and change the social perceptions and refresh the conversations around self-promotion. So please join us. It's always an online, all of these are online events. So no matter where you are, you can always take advantage. And all our workshops are and events are recorded. This I Am Remarkable is not recorded and have only limited spots. So we are already like 13. We have only like 7 spots. I don't know, because the numbers are growing. Might be that they are all gone by now, but we cannot have more than 20 people in this workshop, and is not recorded. So now we are going to the third raffle. Are you ready, everybody? These are our sponsors. I
see lots of names in there. Yep, looks like the names have settled down.
Yeah.
Our sponsors, let's just can you go back one slide? We'll just tell you one more time about those sponsors. Obviously Google is a big part of this. The Google Developer Group and the Capital Region. That gives us a path to just resources like this Google Meet and lots of things. So that great for them. The Women Tech Makers and the I Am Remarkable. Linda was just talking about that, right? And look forward to those upcoming events.
I'm Remarkable. We have all the sponsors here.
Yeah. She has all the cool stuff. Look at all that gear. So Janelle Group and Troy Webb have been sponsors for this and previous events. Thank you to those guys. New York Tech Loop has always been great about trying to spread the word for our events. The Mill Artisan District is probably looking forward to our next in-person event, because I think they would like to be a part of this group as a sponsor. You guys know about the Practum, who gave us the subscriptions at discount. And lastly, let's go to that next slide.
Developer.
Yep, developer. Right.
Yeah. So.
And then I just want to spend almost a minute, if I can, on this slide. Through this whole time, Jennifer's been here making sure that we look better than we would normally by helping us organize the show, cluing us in on things that we might not know to think about. Let me tell you this. If you need to do an event like this, you might want to call these folks up and have them help you. Because, I think I wouldn't want to do this again without the experience that they've just given us. Right?
Jennifer was
and this has been fun. We have had so much fun. Yep. Yeah. They've been great. They made it easy.
The schedule at minutes and seconds. You don't have any idea what insane job she did, and Richard was always with us. It was really incredible job they did. I didn't even know that we have to go through all of this until they line it up for us. So great job. Thank you.
Yeah. So terrific showrunners, great media. They really know what they're up to. So I think it's raffle time, right?
Yeah. Does everybody? Yeah, we will give another minute to our attendees to put their name on the raffle. Meantime, you can see a little bit about our sponsors. Practicum offers 2 scholarships, a 50% discount to Practicum by Yandex bootcamps that are online to choose from web developer, data scientist, data analyst. The codes are valid until June 8th, so please claim your code, contact us in a day or two maximum, so you can get most of it. I will give you all the instructions. Practicum, it's a fully supportive remote bootcamp to land your ideal job in tech. Students receive 24/7 support from tutors, code reviewers, and peers. Learn the soft skills that will get them hired and create up to 15 real-life projects. And also, 1 second. Here, we have for all women in tech in attendance will get a chance to join the Develop Her salary negotiation program to bridge the gender gap, wage gap. Develop Her and Lauren Hansen are piloting a new groundbreaking program to get underpaid women in tech access to its award-winning salary negotiation program for no upfront investment as part of its new and innovative income share program. The beta program round 2 is available until 31st of May, so please take advantage. I shared already in a Slack. I will share in the chat. I will share again, and you will receive an email after where I have to go to take the names. This is the raffle, right? Yeah. So we are ready.
That's the one, yeah.
Let's see.
I don't know. Should we wait? Is everybody ready? Maybe we should wait a couple more minutes. I don't know if we're really ready for this. Anybody have an opinion on chat?
I think everybody's ready. Nobody was.
Let's guess that they're ready. Yep, everyone said we're good. We're good.
Okay, here is the space. Let's take off the space.
Yep. And what's going to be given away this time, Linda?
So first we will raffle for this Nest Mini. Let's see who is the winner. So we will shuffle a little bit. Oh, I'm in the wrong screen, sorry. And I will spin. Let's see the first winner.
All right.
Jennifer!
Oh, yay! That's wonderful. Jennifer Wong is, as you probably saw from the slide, the person helping us out from Agora. Wonderful.
To take home this Nest Mini. Let's see. The next, let's raffle for the scholarship, for the practicum scholarship, the 50%. And after, at the end, we will have this. Okay? So shuffle one more time. Spinning. I'm excited too. Arisa!
Larissa! Yay!
You can you unmute yourself? Yay!
Yes. Do you have a speech for us, Arissa? Are you ready to give your acceptance speech?
Okay, so now the third and not the least is the Google Home Hub. We will see who is the lucky winner. So I will shuffle one more time and I will spin.
Is it Komal or Marianne? Where's it going to rest? It's Komal! Yay!
I think she get good with these financial things. Hey, come on.
Marianne's been coming to our Google developer group for a long time, so you were so close. All right, so we don't need to drag this out much longer. I think if I'm looking at the schedule, we have closing remarks, and I don't really want to drag this out. We just want to thank everyone for coming. You know, this is great. We'll certainly be doing this again next year. Like you've heard a million times already today, this has been recorded. So if you want to come back and watch this, we'll post this media on the Meetup link.
Yeah.
And I guess, Linda, anything to say to take us out?
Yeah, I will send, after we have out there the pictures and the videos, and I will gather all the links, I will send to everybody in Meetup, as usual, a follow-up message, and you will have everything under your hand, and you can take advantage of all this that was shared here, all the slides that our speakers made available, all the resources, all the prizes and everything. And our winners, please contact us. We don't to know how we can put you in contact to get your prizes. We will need to order your prizes, so you will have to get in contact with us to have your address to have delivered the prizes to your house. So please contact us as soon as possible, so we don't run out of of the offers that are out there for you. Thank you. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, the speakers. Thank you, the sponsors.
All right.
Thank you, the attendees, the team. You can unmute yourself and say...
I'm going to go ahead and stop recording now. So at this point, I'm going to stop recording the event. And so now you can